So you already got that out of the way. Let it go. Let it go. It's okay.
I think you don't have to land an aircraft on a carrier.
Yeah, no, it is. It's so loud upstairs. I'd like to call order this city council meeting of May
2024. Tonight is a hybrid meeting. Community members are welcome to join us either in person or remotely through Zoom or the telephone. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Tim Chizen.
Present.
Councilmember Black.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet. Here. Councilmember Falcone.
Here.
Councilmember Pascal.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Here.
Mayor Curtis.
Here. All right, our study session tonight is on two topics. The first is on council operations. The second topic is a discussion on proposed resolution R 5631, declaring the city's commitment to addressing homelessness through a person-centered approach. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at approximately 7:30. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So just brief logistics. We also have this meeting going on up in the council chambers. So if we were to receive an overflow crowd, we do have a process for moving people up and having them be able to watch from the larger venue if we need to. So we're going to shoot for about 45 minutes for each presentation. Obviously, subject to the flexibility of the council. Our first topic is council operations. This was, as the council recalls, a topic we were going to take up in the retreat. We ended up having a very fruitful discussion on many other topics at the retreat, so we pushed this to a study session. What we're looking for here is council feedback on potential proposed changes to council policies and procedures, and we'll be bringing back action later, but tonight we're just really looking for that feedback. So to walk us through the beginning of this is Deputy City Manager of Operations, Julie Underwood, and I'll be chiming in as well.
Good evening, Council. The first item to review with you, hold on, is a proposed policy for training and travel. The council shall establish an annual training and travel budget for each council member. The amount allocated to each council member would happen really at the biennial budget process. Each council member has the discretion to use their individual travel and training budget, of course, as long as it complies with city policy and codes. Expenditures shall be deducted from the individual allocation, so we'll find a way to track that. Remaining balances will be, as I mentioned, tracked by the city manager's office, and an individual council member's annual allocation, once it's expended, council members may not seek reimbursement for any additional travel. So once that allocation is used, it is used for that year. However, expenses for the AWC Action Days in Olympia shall be separately budgeted for all council members and will not count as that part of the individual allocation. I know some of you wondered, hey, how have you done in your travel? So we provided here is about 7 years of data. As you can see, generally you underspend in both your travel and training budgets. We did bump up travel and training, you'll see in 2023, because we were coming out of COVID. Remember, we didn't do any really very limited travel and training during those COVID years. So let me pause there and see if you just want to discuss as we go, or do you want me
I
to
think we
get-
should take them individually. So let's do that. I just want to say to our new audience members, there are seats over here if you have difficulty seeing the screen. So any questions, discussion on this issue? Councilmember Sweet.
I want to make a comment, just with regard to, my 15 years on the council. Travel opportunities are something that I believe council members should take advantage of. The opportunities to go to various conferences, certainly to go to Washington, D.C. as a delegate from the city of Kirkland is a very powerful thing to be able to do. And I think everybody should experience it at least once in their lifetime on the council. But there are lots of opportunities for sustainability sessions around so many topics. So as I look at this, and I know we budgeted higher than we have in the past for it, I don't think it's enough. I don't know that there is a magic number, but I can tell you is that I won't be doing any national travel before I leave the council. So I can divvy up the pool. But the reality is this is a really important element of what we do on the council. Having ideas from other states, getting exposed to what people are doing in even other countries. I was fortunate enough to be able to go to Denmark, sponsored by Scan Design for the sustainability trip. Those opportunities don't come around all the time, so I just want us to make a commitment to growing in that way. So that's my 6 cents worth.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. I appreciate your experience and wisdom on the issue. My singular comment would be to the city manager that I would appreciate being able to roll those funds into the next year if unused. And I don't know how that works with your budgetary process, but that might be helpful.
Yeah, so the current way this would work as we're thinking about it, this isn't for final adoption, is the number you'd get would be a 2-year number. So council members could use it all in the first year, all in the second year, or any time in between, so that that amount would carry over. What we're not proposing would be that you'd carry over any money to the following biennium. Usually we reset that, and then the council sets what the amount is. So, but yeah, you could absolutely spend nothing in year 1 and spend it all in year 2 as we're contemplating this.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Thank you, Mayor. I would also echo what Councilmember Sweet has talked about. Pre-pandemic, the general pattern had been that council members would go to a national conference like the National League of Cities and the Association of Washington Cities, and had the opportunity to go to NLC. And as Councilmember Sweet said, it was both powerful in what was learned by colleagues throughout the nation, but the chance to connect with our senators and members of Congress in their space was really, really powerful. So I think the policy is fine. My ask for the city manager is that the numbers be such that the expectation or the opportunity would be there for the council to all attend AWC every year and one national trip every year, and have things funded at that particular level. And whether it's NLC or there are other opportunities around housing sustainability or other key priorities of the city, I think we need to start taking advantage of that as we look at the challenges ahead and get ideas from other places.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I appreciate the comments of my colleagues who have already spoken. So I won't repeat all of that. I do think, we've seen our colleagues in other cities, at least since I've been on council, coming out of the pandemic, attend as a large cohort some of these conferences. And and had success stories coming out of that. So I do think that's something we should look into. I think there's different buckets here that I'd like to see us maybe a little bit more nuanced in our proposal here. There's, what we talked about with education and training. There's also city business, right? And there may be representation on boards as well. I can imagine, we have a strong council here. I can imagine some of us might want to serve on a committee or a board with the NLC, for example, and need to travel just to conduct business and to attend meetings, and may also choose to do a training or something else in the same year. So I think having different buckets and being just a little bit more nuanced about that might be helpful, as well as advocacy. I think that was already something that was called out as a separate bucket for the AWC City Action Days as advocacy, but there may be other advocacy opportunities as well that we may choose to participate in. And I think those are my only thoughts for now. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you. Yeah, real quickly, most of my thoughts have already been said, but I just going along with Councilmember Falcone is that I feel like there should be a base budget with each council member, and then there's kind of a bucket that is shared that council members could utilize for national conferences and stuff. I've never been to a national conference. I've never been out of state for council business. I've obviously been missing out, but I don't see that happening as often as you would typically be involved in some of the state conferences. So a base budget, I just don't want to be, I don't think that there's a problem we're trying to solve here, because obviously from this, but more just trying to put a little bit more bookends around it, and I think that's good, because we never know where things will go. But I don't want to be too confined to just one budget per council member. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. I agree with everything's been said, and particularly, there's travel for training, but there's also travel for city business. If we end up traveling someplace to work on the station area plan or something like that, or if we go to DC to advocate for federal dollars. My other request is, I feel like we need some support on the staff end, in that what kind of travel opportunities are available to us. When AWC happens, when we finally thought about it this year, the hotels were booked. So someone needs to be proactive, say AWC's coming, who wants to go, and books those hotels and so forth. And I'm sure that there's other opportunities that we're not even aware of around our council policies, such as sustainability or safe routes to school or environmental development, that sort of thing. So it would be helpful to have staff support on sort of anticipating what those opportunities are. Oh, Councilmember Sweet.
And I apologize, I left this out. Kelly and I talked about it. I was supposed to raise it. The issue of luncheons for the chamber and for dinners at the Sound Cities Association. In my humble opinion, that's part of our job. And when I'm on the job, I feel like the city needs to bear the burden of those costs. So, and I don't believe that it should come out of our travel and training budget. And I think I mentioned to you, City Manager, I don't know where you want to put it, but, when we send staff to events like that, I'm sure we pay their way through. I think the same should be true for City Council.
Yeah, thank you. And to clarify, this was not intended to cover those, but it doesn't mean we can't have a different discussion in the city council budget about how to cover those. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you. That's really helpful.
Julie, you want to?
Move on?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. All right. The next item is Special Projects Reserve Guidelines. So you were provided in your memo 3 options for your consideration. One is just maintain the status quo. You have the most flexibility with this option. Option 2 is directing us to help you create some criteria. For example, maybe it's no ongoing funds, and oftentimes you'll see one-time requests, but not providing operating dollars to outside organizations. Option 3 would be, I would say, kind of like a blend of having your staff review the request, expedited, suggesting a month roughly, and providing you with a recommendation. And then, of course, council will will make that final decision. So, you also asked, so we were able to go back to 2013 to look at what you expended here. And so it's used. It's definitely used. One thing of note, in 2019 and 2020 budget, you used your funds to provide citywide training, implicit bias training. So that was one use for the entire organization. But you can see there it's used for pilot programs, evaluations. It really kind of, it looks like you've used it for all sorts of things.
And I would just add a couple other quick things. So in the support for external agencies, you see some fairly large numbers. In the past, the council's made a decision to take unallocated special projects reserve and basically give it to the Human Services Grant Program through the Human Services Commission. So a lot of times you come out of the budget process and, you know, we weren't able to satisfy all the requests that we got. So in those cases, when the council's put big money into that, we've then allocated according to the priorities set by the Human Services Commission. It wasn't the council saying, here's, you know, wasn't making that decision. So, and then the council, I think the problem that council was trying to address is there's only $250,000 is to help council accomplish some unique things, but if it's viewed as an outside, as just a grant program, and there's a relentless set of asks, there hasn't been any criteria about it in the past. So trying to give you three options that we might, once you pick one, we bring it back to you. Obviously, option one is just leave it as is, which is then it's really whatever four or more members of the council decide you want to do with the request. Right, so.
Thank you. Who wants to start?
Oh, go ahead.
Councilmember Sweet.
Well, basically, people who know about the fund come and ask us for it, and that's a problem, because it really doesn't therefore require any kind of criteria. So I think what I would like to see is a partial option two. I think we do need to establish some level of criteria. But I also think that we have been very thoughtful and cautious in how we have done those allocations over the years. There's been a heavy emphasis on human services to supplement the human services budget. In the past, I actually like the fact that we've done a little bit more recently around pilot kinds of things, like the supporting the sustainability master plan, or sustainability, what are they called?
Ambassadors.
Ambassadors. And the leadership piece side dollars. So I guess I'm looking for potentially a soft option two.
Sorry. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I like Councilmember Sweet's thoughts of a partial option two. I had similar thoughts in looking through this. Obviously, option one is what we have now. Option two, the way it was described in the memo, I didn't want to restrict us too much, that we didn't have the flexibility if we wanted to award in, you know, a way that was proposed to be restricted. And then option three, we already have that as an option now, is my understanding. If there was some, you know, one of us were to propose that we wanted to fund something from this fund, we do have the option to ask staff now, hey, can you please bring back more information on this before we make a decision? So I think as far as option three, I'd like to keep that the status quo. I wouldn't want to make that a requirement, because I think that could create unnecessary work for staff when we don't need that. And then option two, like I said, you know, the having it restricting that, I think was a little bit too strong of a word. I think strongly recommending, or I think even the language there, limited use, I think is better than was in the memo with restrict. So I'm with Councilmember Sweet on having a partial option two or a softer option two. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you. Depending on where this policy resides, we always have the authority to suspend it. If this is in the council policies and procedures, we always can suspend the rules and go ahead. So I have no problem with option two, having the restriction, given that as a council, we can go do this. And we have been responsible in the past. We haven't funded things that we wouldn't have funded in the regular budget process. We've filled gaps because outside of the budget process, we discover something new that we would have intended to do if we'd known it about ahead of time. And I think that's, or it's been a true emergency for a human services case. So for the situations like the sustainability ambassadors, like leadership each side, if we had had those discussions last November, we would have been included. And I think that's why it's useful to have this fund to deal with those sort of issues. I think we do need some criteria, but there should be an escape hatch, whether it's just implicit, given it's our own policies and procedures, or it's something that we would write in to say with a supermajority, we could do something else.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you to my colleagues for their comments. Really well taken. I actually really appreciate the point that Councilmember Falcone made about option 3 being available to us in any event. And Deputy Mayor Arnold, that, you know, if we need flexibility, we have that flexibility. But in the meantime, what we have is a process with criteria. And one of the one of those sort of, criteria that, I talked about, I think, maybe the last time we talked about a request for the special fund is just, making sure that when folks do come and talk to us and request that there's some kind of performance indicators accompanying that request so that we're sure that that the money's being well used and that it's meaningful, it's making a meaningful contribution back to the community. I think we've been really responsible in this. I think I almost said Mayor Sweet, to Councilmember Sweet's point and to Deputy Mayor Arnold's point. So I'm an advocate for option 2. I guess I'm going to throw my hat in with Deputy Mayor Arnold since we do have that flexibility if we need it. I'm comfortable with that proposal. Thanks.
Anyone else? Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
This is just a general comment, not regarding the options, but I think it would be helpful if staff evaluated third-party organizations and maybe gave us a little more information on a third-party organization seeking funding. I don't necessarily have the resources to vet them, and I don't necessarily think me going on Google to figure out what they do is the best option. So any vetting that staff can do would be helpful to me. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to also throw my weight behind option 2. I mean, I am the one that originally said what we're doing now is not equitable among all organizations. It's if you know to ask, then you can ask. So option 2 is where we should go.
So we will bring back some language, and this will be adopted as part of your fiscal policies in your biennial budget.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
We're all moving quickly. Thank you.
Yeah, so the next item are this is contained in your council rules of procedure. I'm sure you're very familiar with them. They are items from the audience, and a couple things we're recommending you consider is removing that second items on the audience. I mean, I've been at Kirkland for 4.5 years. Maybe you've seen you use it 2 times. I mean, it's just you generally have business that goes well past 10. So we recommend that. We also would like to clarify that the presiding officer, the mayor, has the discretion for her to really reorder speakers, and it's not a first come. And sometimes speakers ask you, can I go after somebody, so-and-so? So that would give her that ability. And then one additional consideration is restricting comments to really items on the agenda and business, city, and especially city business, So that is also for your consideration. Obviously, that is something the mayor, along with probably the city attorney, might have to pay attention to and gavel, but those are a couple items we think would be helpful for you to discuss and give us feedback on.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'll just quickly share my comments on each of these. Removing the second items from the audience, the comments that staff shared with us, I think were really well taken. The idea of a second item, not only do we rarely, if ever, use it, because we're working past 10 o'clock on business so frequently, but it's also a legacy from an age when there weren't all of the other avenues that we have for public input. Our Kirkland, email your council member directly. Items from the audience was maybe one of the only channels for communicating with the council. That's much less true now. It's underutilized. So I'm okay. I'm comfortable with that proposal. I'm fine with the mayor having discretion to select the order of the speakers. Restricting comments under items from the audience to city matters only. So how should I say this? We have one person who likes to come speak at our council, likes to speak it regionally at all kinds of councils and committees and boards, is extremely offensive. And in some ways, I feel like one of the reasons we're talking about this is we're trying to address his extreme offensiveness by restricting the communications to matters that are only to the city. We've had I can't remember, I feel like we had this conversation a little bit at the retreat. Items from the audience is our opportunity to hear a full range of ideas. I've said this all along, I definitely would never want it to be limited only to what's on the agenda. That is really restricting, prevents us from hearing new ideas and concepts from the public. So we've already eliminated that even in the proposal. I'm glad to see that. Trying to figure out what is truly germane to the city is really difficult. And I think in the proposal we said city issues, and then I was like, what's a city issue going to be, and how are we going to figure that out? And how's the presiding officer, the mayor in most cases, as somebody speaking, going to make that judgment as to whether this regards a city issue? And then is there going to be a debate back and forth with the person presenting? Is there going to be a debate among members of our colleagues on the dais? Just trying to deal with Mr. Zimmerman with this proposal. I just feel like the costs outweigh the benefits, and we have a pretty well. I really like the rules that we have, the guidelines we have for items of the audience. I think it's sufficient. I hate having to listen to him speak every 2 weeks. I know our residents do too. But I would probably pass on that and just leave our current proposals in place. And that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Black. I fully support what you said, so I'm not going to repeat it, but I want to focus on item 3 and 4. On 3, I would be interested in seeing what the city attorney could come up with how to define city matter. So I'd like to have that conversation just a little bit further to kind of understand that before kind of ruling it out. If we could put some bookends around that, I'd be interested in just having a discussion about that. I don't think we should limit it to just items on the agenda, but city matters is a broad topic, so really how would we encapsulate that would be a question. And then on 4, I do remember us having a discussion last year around the use of visuals during items from the audience, and I know I've received, and I'm sure others have, comments and disappointment that we've not allowed that going forward, and we had some good reasons for that. I remember us stating that we would talk about that again and maybe have some additional deliberation. And so I think now is probably a good time, or another meeting to have that conversation. But I would like us to consider that again, because I think a visual, is 1,000 words, can really get a point across. And so is there some way to allow that, that people have to submit it to staff ahead of time, and then, then it can be used during items from the audience, something like that. I'd be curious to further evaluate that. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney, do you want to try to address definition of city manners now?
I think I want to think about it, but I agree with what Councilmember Black said. I think it's going to be a challenge to define city matters in a way that will be helpful to the presiding officer in the moment. I mean, sometimes we've said a city matter is something that the city could take action on, but sometimes you express views or take action on other issues that could be of worldwide import and not necessarily a city of Kirkland or a municipal issue. So I think it would be, I want to think about it, but I think it would be challenging.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone and then Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with proposed item number 1. I won't repeat everything that's been said, but I think that makes sense for many reasons. For item number 2, I have more questions about this because I think of how we prioritize who are going to be the 3 speakers on each side of an issue. And how's that going to get selected? How's the mayor going to select that, right? And is it, so I'd want to know more about, I'd want to have a more thoughtful process about how that will be dealt with, because I know that's something we need to be very transparent about. I know there have been differing expectations versus in practice in the past in some of our meetings as to who those 3 folks are. Pre-pandemic, it was a lot simpler. You could see whose name was on the sheet and what topic, and you knew, whether you were one of the first 3, and sometimes folks would negotiate in chambers. Well, you go because I think you'll do a better job than me, and so I'll scratch my name off, and there's not that anymore. And so I think we just need to be more thoughtful about whether it's the mayor selecting it or whatever. I think this is a good opportunity for us to have a discussion about how those 3 speakers are selected and be really transparent with the public about that so they know how to prepare for that. So that's my thoughts on 2. On 3, I also had, similar thoughts. I know some other cities have done, city matters only, and it's still very similar in practice to not having that limitation because of what's already been articulated tonight. So I would like to hear a little bit more about that and what that could entail. Item 4, I agree with Councilmember Pascal. I'd like to have that discussion again if there is a way that we can have a different compromise on allowing visual presentations during items from the audience as well. I like the idea, as has been discussed before or proposed before, for having it need to be approved in advance, something like at the discretion of the mayor or something of that nature. So I'd like to look at our options there. I have another item number 4 as well, 4B perhaps. I recently heard from a community member who has a close family member who wanted to participate in items from the audience and has a disability such that they felt that in 3 minutes, they might only be able to get across a couple of sentences and wanted to prepare and request for additional time for items from the audience. So I said, okay, let me look into it. I looked on our website. I didn't see anything there on requesting accommodations for disabilities under items from the audience, under signing up for items from the audience. So I spoke with staff and found out that that needs to be something that is a council policy update. So I'd like to propose that staff come back with language, something along the lines of that we offer accommodations for folks with disabilities for items from the audience, and that they submit that request to the city clerk. And then it's at the discretion of the city clerk and the mayor or something along those lines, to prepare those or provide those accommodations and make sure that it's appropriate and that it will work well for everyone involved. So I'd like to add that to the other list as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet, then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't think I have anything to add. I think this has been a good conversation.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On item 3, I support having the ability to limit things to city matters. This is not about one person. In the opportunities that I've had to preside over this council when Mayor Sweet was out of town, there have been other folks that have come and talked before us that have tried to be disruptive. And as presiding officer, you have 2 tools. You have disruption and you have the clock. And this provides another tool for saying what we're really interested in this is ideas and input on things that we can take action of. And I think I think we can come up with a reasonable definition of city matters that would allow another tool for the presiding officer to declare remarks out of order and to move on. To Councilmember Black's questions of how do we decide, what if there's a disagreement? Under Robert's rules, council member can call a point of order, and any decision of the presiding officer can be put to a vote of the full council. And if there's somebody that we want to hear from, where we've disagreed with the judgment that it's not about city business, we can make that decision as a council. So I'd like to see more details here, but really would like to have that additional tool to streamline our business and respect the people that are here to give us input on the work that we're doing. Finally, I appreciate Councilmember Pascal's bringing up people that want to do presentations and slides, and would add that I'd like to look at this separately in what we do for council business and for public hearings. I think during public hearings, that's where we've seen the most use of this, where people have got photos or slides or maps that they want to show us. And this would also give us an opportunity for boards and commissions to try this out, since they conduct the bulk of the public hearings that we do. Occasionally, we'll have a public hearing that we're conducting as a council, but treat those separately. We might have a chance to pilot that as we look at both the IT and clerks process for pre-submittal and having to deal with that, but also the fact that a public hearing is about a specific topic. So that gives the ability for the content of any presentation that someone has needs to be relevant. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If everyone's had a chance to make their first remarks. Okay.
Proceed.
Seeing none. I just wanted to say two things real quick. One, I don't envy the city attorney's job in trying to come up with terminology for relevance to the business of the city. City attorney, just in your example that you gave, which was just off the cuff, but things the city could act on. We're going to have folks who want to come before our council to tell us things that we should advocate for cities to be able to act on. So already right there, you're outside that definition. So you're going to have a fun afternoon coming up with all kinds of different permutations of this. But I'm okay with that. I'm interested to see what city attorney is able to come up with. And then lastly, I just wanted to underscore I think Councilmember Falcone's point about a process for accommodations. Thank you for raising that, and I think that's a great idea. Thanks.
Thank you. So I think this is coming back to us. I think we all agree, remove the second items for the audience. Councilmember Falcone made a very fair point on number 2, which I hadn't thought through. The initial intent is to push the Zoom mobbers to the end so they can't be disruptive when people are trying to communicate with us. So we should think about that a little bit more. I'm on restricting comments to city matters. I appreciate what Deputy Mayor said, but I'm more on leaning with Councilmember Black, because I'm imagining, and again, we're talking about one person, imagining having this conversation, which may, that's not pertaining to city manager. It just may end up making items for the audience more disruptive than just giving the gentleman his 3 minutes. So, and then I really appreciate the bringing up visuals and accommodations. So my suggestion is that we revisit this again. Yeah. City Manager?
Absolutely. And all of these, just so you know, would all come back. Just want to say one thing, and maybe the city attorney can also follow up on this. The issue of visual aids, just want to remind folks that one of the issues beyond sort of the whole idea of screening it was security, but is also the content neutrality. So one of the challenges of visual aids is if you let them be, you have to let them be no matter what, right? So we had a person who wanted to show a body. if you say yes to everybody, that anyone can decide what they want to have on there, and as long as it clears the city attorney's free speech test, then you have to show it, and it's streamed, and it's shown to everybody. So that was one of the reasons we recommended you can say no to everyone, or you can say yes to everybody. So it wasn't trying to just say, we can screen it and say yes or no to it. It's sort of all or nothing. So, but we'll certainly bring that back for council discussion. So.
One of the related issues with the council presentations was also the companion policy that we have on signs and placards. So as we revisit presentations, I think we will also want to keep an eye on our policies around signs and placards. And again, that comes back to reasonable time, place, and manner type restrictions on that, but content neutrality. The other thing I wanted to mention, and I'm a little out of my lane on this, but I recall conversations that the council has had in the past around whether it wanted to limit public comment to agenda items. And one of the sentiments that I have heard expressed before is it is the council's business meeting, and you do want to receive public input, community input on matters that are before you as part of your meeting, but that there was also an interest in making sure that the community felt that it could come forward and raise other issues that were of concern to it, and in a respectful, rule-oriented, time-limited way to have a little bit of a community conversation too. So that seems to me that that's also a consideration. And then finally, a decision made in the moment that something's not a city matter, we'll also want to continue to be attentive to not giving rise to the argument that that tool has been used on a basis of content. In other words, that's not a city matter. A city matter, we're not going to entertain discussion on it. It's just complicated, but it's worth thinking through.
Thank you. Julie.
All right. The next item is your Council Outstanding Service Awards, also known as Council Coin. And I believe there was a council ad hoc subcommittee that included Penny, I think Amy and Neil, that came up with this. So this is pretty much word for word. What they are proposing for your consideration is the criteria being individuals or groups who performed exceptional service of an extraordinary nature above and beyond the nominee's normal duties. So really going above beyond expectations and responsibilities. They're suggesting candidates be nominated in writing by council members and submitted to the mayor. The city manager, at the direction of the mayor, would provide notice of the nomination to all council members. And then council members may also share additional relevant information about the nominee to the city manager or designee. But the authority really rests with the mayor to make that final decision. And then the city manager would prepare a commendation letter and really prepare that person to come and be presented with the coin at a council meeting or event, something like that. So at this point, I leave it up to you to talk among yourselves.
Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor. I was looking at Penny when I said Madam Mayor. Thank you, Julie, and thank you to my fellow members of the ad hoc subcommittee or committee or whatever we called it for developing this. A couple things I wanted to highlight. Obviously, I'm supportive of this, but a couple things I wanted to highlight that aren't necessarily shown on the summary here, and that is number one. Candidates are nominated in writing by council members, but that means members of the public can come to council members and say, "Hey, I've got an idea. I've got an idea for someone who might want to receive an outstanding service award." Obviously, it still has to meet the criteria. The key element of which is extraordinary service to the council. But just because council members are able to make the nominations doesn't rule out input from the public. The other thing that I wanted to emphasize is that in the detailed policy that we proposed, extraordinary service, we wanted to give that a little bit of explain that just a little bit. It can be extraordinary service over a period of time. Or it could be extraordinary service of a very unique nature, a very intense nature, one-time nature, if it's of that, if it, if it meets that criteria for extraordinary service. So I just wanted to daylight those two elements, and with that, I'll hand it back to the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I really appreciate the work of the committee. I think part of what we're looking for is a process that would allow us to present the council coin to somebody as a surprise, where we didn't have to go through a noticed process. And I like what's here that allows that. I have a couple of things I think we need to think about and add to what was proposed. First, while we have a collegial cooperative council, I'd like to make sure that we have a policy that works when, in case that is not always the case. And there are not many decisions where we put those solely in the mayor's hands. So I think there needs to be an alternate way where if a majority of the council wants to award the coin, and even the mayor may be against that we have that opportunity. That would not be able to be done in surprise, but we could do that through a council meeting. The other thing would be flipping that, saying, what if the mayor wanted to award the council coin and a majority of the council wasn't in favor of that? And I'd like to think about that situation as well. And one possibility is saying that given the process of notification that's outlined in the memo, that if a mayor couldn't award that until we'd had a council meeting, sometime subsequent to that notification, that would give us the opportunity as a council to take action, to surface that and have a debate and a decision if we wanted to. So I'd like to look at options like that. Finally, in the case, and again, I like the idea where we have done this before. Mayor Sweet had surprised some retiring staff members with a council coin previously. I'd like to continue to enable that. But I also would like to memorialize that as well, because this is work that's being done on behalf of the council, and would like some language of saying that when things are awarded by the mayor, on the mayor's authority, that some subsequent council meeting, we have something on the consent calendar that acknowledges that particular award. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I support Deputy Mayor's suggestions. I did feel like this was putting a lot of responsibility on my shoulders. So, and I would like it to be more of an inclusive process. So let's take a look at this again. Oh, Councilmember Falcone, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The only thing I would add that's kind of in line with Deputy Mayor's comments, so thank you for those, I agree, is that step 2, I think, can be part of that, right? Where the city manager would be aware if there was a disagreement between the mayor and a majority of council members, right? And that was also intended, sorry to be the one to bring up something negative, but if, the council member or members who nominated someone and the mayor may think very highly of someone, and there may be a council member who has information that's very negative in nature, in which we need to be aware, that at least has that option, so they're able to provide that information without, again, ruining the surprise, having to air that, necessarily have that be something that's discussed in a meeting, which could be turned into something that's the opposite of the intent of this award. So, thank you.
Councilor Sweet.
Just to wrap it up, if this is a wrap-up of it, there's a reason why we made this a council coin and not a mayor coin. Because I just didn't feel at the time, I just really feel like it's a lot more powerful as an acknowledgement by this entire council. So I really appreciate the work that's gone into this, the work of the subcommittee, and the deputy mayor's comments as well. Thank you.
So, City Manager, you feel like this needs a little more work?
It does, yeah. But
Thank you.
I think we have some good ideas, so thank you for your feedback.
I'm going to do a time check. We're at 6:18, and I'm sure everybody in the audience is not that interested in council policies and procedures.
Yeah, we were actually going to suggest the next topic, the final topic's about city manager performance evaluations. We can just bring that back and go to
Okay,
the
I
next.
think that's a good plan.
Great.
All right, then we will move on to our
Thank
next
you, Julie.
study session item, discussion of proposed resolution R 5631, declaring the city's commitment to addressing homelessness through a person-centered approach and approving a homelessness continuum of care framework for new policy, programs, and services that prevent and respond to unsheltered homelessness. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Member. So we're switching the presentation, just a little bit of introduction. So this is our second conversation about Resolution 5631, which is a draft resolution. The first one we gave you a lot of background as to sort of the issues that led up to the creation of the resolution, and we talked about Section 1, which was, should there be a coordinated response to homelessness action plan brought to the council by the city manager by the end of the year. Our hope today is to go through Sections 2 and 3. One in particular has the community engagement. So council members started to make some suggestions on community engagement, and we didn't capture those in our update because we wanted to make sure that we got everything before we made any changes. But there's also then some questions about what elements would you like to see us evaluate as part of the action plan. So there's actually Section 4 as well, which if we get through, we would want to try to get to tonight, but if not, we can bring that back to the following one. So with that, we have our awesome team that joined us the first time around. Darcy Eilers, our Assistant City Attorney, Jen Boone, our Human Services Manager, and Carly Joger, our Senior Management Analyst, who's coordinating all this. We also have Lynn Zwagstra, our Parks and Community Services Director, here to answer questions. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Carly to kick us off.
Okay, thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I wanted to just recap before we get into the sections why we're bringing this particular resolution and this discussion to the council for your direction, and wanted to share some of the photos again that we shared at the last council meeting. So our main objective is to proactively plan for a future where we may have more folks living unhoused in Kirkland than we do now. And so this photo here is of an encampment that was in front of the Burien City Hall. We do not have this in Kirkland today, but if we were, this plan is seeking the council's input on how you would like us to respond. And so we're not sure exactly how many folks are living unhoused in Kirkland at any given moment, but I do have some data from the first 10 months of the city's new homeless outreach coordinator working on the ground in Kirkland. And so in 2023, she established contact with 124 households and worked with 160 individuals that were living unhoused in Kirkland. And of those households, she was able to move 9 into permanent housing. Another reason we're bringing this discussion to the council is to align your direction with what we prepare as staff for you to consider in the upcoming budget process. We also want to make sure that there's success in the Health Through Housing project that will be opening early next year, that the community feels that investment is a positive in our community. And then lastly, just a reminder that the Supreme Court is considering possibly reversing influential case law around homelessness. And so this is a factor we are watching in the landscape as cities all across the West Coast are grappling with how to address issues of homelessness. So our recommendation this evening is no decisions. It's just discussion. We're seeking the council's input and direction, and recommend continuing these discussions, thinking about how we can create a Kirkland where homelessness is rare, brief, and non-recurring. We have a couple specific questions through the resolution. Specifically, are you interested in having the city manager create a homelessness continuum of care action plan that staff would then bring back for the council discussion and potential adoption by the end of this year? And if yes, what policy goal areas would you like to see staff work on in this plan, and what community engagement process would you like us to roll out? So tonight, we'll talk just briefly about the revisions that we've made to the draft resolution based on the discussion we had last council meeting. And then, Mayor, we can go one by one through each section and have your discussion and input. So based on the last council discussion on the draft resolution, we added a new whereas statement that clarifies that that it is not the intention of Kirkland to become a regional service provider. There are other service providers that we would then refer folks to or make efforts to better connect to those resources. We also changed the phrasing in the resolution when referencing what we had previously as transitional housing and changed that to temporary housing to better reflect the kind of model we would consider exploring if the council was interested. And then the last one is we added a new task for staff to explore creating a better way for the community to activate the homeless assistance and response team, perhaps through a dedicated phone line. Do you want any discussion before I move into the sections?
I was pausing for a second because I'm not sure if all of our audience members know what the HEART team is, and it might be worthwhile to just explain that real quickly.
Thank you. I would love to. The HEART team is a new group that the city has formed this last year, the Homeless Assistance and Response Team. And they are made up of staff from multiple departments in the city. We have our homeless outreach coordinator, our mental health professionals, neighborhood resource officer in the police department, mobile integrated health folks who are a social worker and an EMT that are in our fire department, folks from our park ranger, and also streets and grounds, public works, and code enforcement. So we've really covered the spectrum of city staff who may interact with folks who are living unhoused in the community, or may take a call from a community member that is saying, hey, I saw someone living unhoused and I'm concerned about them. How can we get them connected to resources? So this is a new team that are working together when they receive reports from the community and also on shared clients that maybe touch different divisions of the city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Black, did you want to speak now?
Well, yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Carly. I guess I had some more sort of overarching comments, so I wanted to sort of make my comments at the appropriate time. I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but I wanted to make sort of my overarching comments first before we delve right into the specifics on the section. And I will touch a little bit on, I think it's Section 3, which is the public engagement process and the key stakeholders. In fact, I'll just address that right now. And it's a lot of this is going to be expanding on some comments I made 2 weeks ago at the last meeting. But one of the comments that I made was that we want to make sure in our list of key stakeholders that we're outreaching to, that includes our business owners, site managers, and other employers in the city. That's not on the current list, so we talked about that last week. I just want to emphasize it again that we'd like to see that. So I want to, as I said, I want to sort of expand on some of the comments I had last 2 weeks ago, because those were kind of off the cuff, and I'm not sure I articulated everything the way I wanted to articulate it. So the first thing I want to do is sort of reiterate what I was calling the 4 pillars of the action plan. I'll just, quickly going through that. I love that the overarching mission of the action plan is to make homelessness in Kirkland rare, brief, and non-recurring. I think that should be the overarching mission. So that's our lodestar for, as we're developing this action plan through the public engagement process that we're envisioning, as we're thinking about things that might go into the comp plan that we're developing this year, as we're thinking about things that might go into the budget that we approve in December, as we're talking to the community about these things, that's our lodestar, is that mission of homelessness being rare, brief, and non-recurring. The action plan should also have as one of its principal goals delivering on the programs and initiatives Kirkland has already launched. And that was really your first photo, I'll talk about that in a second, but part of the action plan clearly is to take stock of everything that we have created as a council over the course of the last 5 years plus. Thank you, Councilmember Sweet, yes. Taking stock of all of that and making sure that in any action plan that we have the bandwidth, the resources, and the time to make sure we're delivering on the promises of the programs we already have in place, like HEART, like Health Through Housing, like RACER and our Regional Crisis Response Agency and more. Number 3, the action plan should have as another one of its principal goals, responding effectively to sudden changes in homelessness in Kirkland. That is the first item that you had up there. I think that's the real impetus for this public discussion of this topic, and I want to make sure that is one of the key pillars on which we build our action plan, is really thinking ahead to the sudden changes. And frankly, the public would expect that of us. If there was an article in the Seattle Times today, just about, I guess in this case, the city of Seattle and Seattle parks being caught off guard by an asylum, a population of folks seeking asylum suddenly appearing in a park, and the community was really upset that the city wasn't prepared. And this is really about being prepared in case we see a situation change. And then the last pillar, the action plan. I want to make sure our action plan is developed and iterated on over time based on best practices that are driven by the latest research and data and not by anecdote. It's too easy in this work to just base our reactions and our plans based on anecdotal evidence. It doesn't lead to the best policy decisions. And so really best practices driven by research, which is a good segue to my second overarching remark. We talked a little bit about the process by which this resolution came before the council 2 weeks ago, the first time we discussed it. And I've had some time to really think about that. And, I really think this is how we want government to work. We talked about the process as being a problem, but in fact, this is exactly what we want. We pulled together through all these initiatives and programs that we've developed in the city of Kirkland over the last several years. We pulled together a group of professionals who are steeped in this work. This is exactly what we want. Folks, professionals who are steeped in this work, doing the gap analysis, identifying the needs, doing the needs assessment, and coming forward with ideas. So the fact that in this case, that's exactly what our professional staff did who are working on this issue is they said, hey, listen, we've got the comp plan, we've got the budget process coming forward, we're doing this work and we're seeing where we have gaps, we're seeing where we need to plan, and came forward, through the city manager and proposed that we look at an action plan. I think this is exactly what we'd want. We want this in any organization we're a part of, whether it's nonprofit or profit or government, the professional team that is steeped in the work coming up with ideas. Otherwise, we're left with the ideas that the 7 of us can come up with, or the public. And that's great and that's fine. And some of those ideas are going to be good and some of those ideas are going to be bad. We're going to get a lot of great ideas from professionals who are steeped in this work and doing the work every day. So I just wanted to say that, from the standpoint of process, I think this is exactly how we want government to work. Now, does this sometimes lead to tough conversations? Yeah. But that's also our job, right, is to engage in tough conversations. Does the job get a little bit tougher when there's misinformation being shared online? And yeah, it's even tougher then. And so, but it's still, that's part of our job. And when folks receive misinformation online and that gets them engaged and energized, then that's an opportunity for us to do our job and be facilitators of community conversations and explain why we are where we are and what we're really talking about today. And so I think that is perfectly fine and perfectly acceptable. I said 2 weeks ago that I wasn't offended by the process by which this came before us. I would just say that more than that, I think it's exactly how we want our government to work. One additional thought. I think one of the criticisms of the proposed resolutions, there's a lot of detail in there. There's a lot of whereas clauses, a lot of recitals. There's a lot of detail in, I think it's section 4. So we're not talking about section 4 today, but let's just say there's a lot of detail throughout. I think it's that level of detail also with the accompanying ambiguity that's associated with that detail that leads to small kernels of truth getting sort of pulled out of context and then expanded beyond their scope, and then that leads to the misinformation. On the other hand, so one criticism is, we probably went into more detail than we really needed to, because what we're really talking about is embarking on a public engagement, a community conversation, a public process. Nothing has been decided, nothing is ruled out, but it makes sense that professional staff steeped in this issue would be identifying gaps, would be coming forward with ideas, and that would make its way into a resolution. Totally understand that. And I also would say that is transparency. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. That means we have initiated a conversation with the public now about some of the ideas we have, some of what the gap analysis shows, some of what the needs assessment is showing. If we want to pare down the resolution in its final form so that it's more concise and easier to digest and it has all its essential elements, I think that's fine. For example, do we need to mention a ballot measure when we've already in the paragraph immediately before that, we're already suggesting to the city manager that he, examine the potential budget, fiscal resources necessary? We probably don't. So we don't, that was obviously something that was identified by staff as something we would probably be talking about. But is that absolutely necessary? No. So those are the kind of things we could definitely pare out. But, in the end, I guess the detail doesn't necessarily offend me either, because ultimately that is a matter of being transparent with the public about what our professionals steeped in this work are actually identifying. So in summary, 4 pillars. I think this is actually how we want our government to work. It's a tough job. Yep, it leads to tough conversations. So be it. That's our job. We can be facilitators of that. The public can get engaged. They can, listen to us, understand what we're doing. We can listen to them. That's our job, to be the facilitators of that kind of thing. Detailed proposals, yeah, they may sow confusion sometimes, but they're also sow public engagement, and they are the beginning of a community communication. And that's what all this is. It's just the beginning of a community conversation. So I hope my colleagues agree with me on some of these points, and that after tonight's discussion, we can continue down this path toward the public engagement process that the city manager and the staff have recommended.
Thank you. I have Councilmember Falcone, Councilmember Sweet, and then Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, those are some tough comments to follow, my goodness. But I agree. So thank you, Councilmember Black, for sharing those comments. I said last meeting, and I'll say it again today, I'm really proud of the City of Kirkland for leading on this work. This draft resolution, it combines an acknowledgement of the work that's been done by both staff and council and the community over the past several years. It reaffirms our vision and our values related to homelessness, that, again, we want it to be rare, brief, and non-recurring, that we want it to be compassionate and person-centered, and that we want it to be community-driven. And it also gives direction to staff that we acknowledge that we have a lot of work to do, that we want, as has been said by my colleagues, we need to be prepared, because that's the Kirkland way. We look to the future. We are prepared. We all remember that back in 2020, we were the epicenter of the COVID-19 pandemic in the United States, and we were prepared. We had supplies, our emergency management folks, our first responders were prepared for unexpected situations like that, because that is the culture of this Kirkland government and this Kirkland community. And I see this in a very similar way, that we don't know what the future holds. We know our current situation, and we know what other jurisdictions are facing, and we're using that knowledge and the skills and expertise that we have to be prepared and to bring the community along in that process, and as Councilor Black said, be very transparent in that process. So I'm really proud. Again, it looks to what we've already done in the past. It looks to where we are now and what our values and vision are, and gives direction to use those values and vision to create a plan for the future. So I'm very proud of that. I do have all sorts of comments that I will withhold until we get into the specific sections. When I raised my hand to speak, it was really just to talk about the revisions that were on the slide, but did want to at least provide those introductory comments for everyone listening to this discussion and wanting to participate in this discussion. We welcome you. Community, we're happy to see folks here and engaged. We welcome a variety of viewpoints, and we welcome, as we're going to talk about later, the stakeholder engagement, and we encourage you to become involved, encourage people that you know to become involved. We really want to engage all stakeholders in the community in this work. And we're going to be adding to that list later tonight. I have some ideas there as well. But I just wanted to thank you for listening to and incorporating the feedback from the meeting last time. I think all three are fantastic additions. I know that I had raised the idea of having like a single phone line, so thank you for our phone number for the community for a variety of reasons, but really it's just, we want to keep this as simple as possible. You so eloquently described our heart team, which I'm also really proud of that as part of this work, and we want that to be able to be activated when appropriate, right? And just like, it's been really great marketing throughout our country's history to have 911, to call when you have a medical or a criminal emergency, that that if there's someone who's in crisis, who's unhoused in our community, that there's a consistent, easy to remember, a simple way that anyone in the community can use to activate that system. So we want to keep that as simple as possible, just for those who didn't know why we were had added that. There were a couple of, thank you for also changing transitional to temporary housing. I won't go into repeat all those reasons why. I think we updated that in 4C, but not for B and D. So this just minor. I know that we can go back and fix that, but I am excited for the discussion tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
When I came on this council 15 years ago, we were in year 7 of the 10-year plan to end homelessness. And as a region, as the Puget Sound greater community, we have not done a good job of what we've pointed ourselves in the direction to do. I have participated personally in 12 one-night counts over the course of my career on council. The patterns are there that lead to this work. The other day, my husband came home from a meeting downtown, and he said, "What's this I hear about? You're going to legalize camping in parks." And I unloaded on him, in a very unprofessional way. And what I'm going to do tonight when I get home is I'm going to play what Councilmember Black said, because I think that's the most comprehensive and telling diatribe, if you will, of what it is we're trying to do. We are trying, unlike this whole region has done, to get in front of this problem. We are trying to be part of the solution, and we are being successful at it. So I know many of you are here because of your concerns about this work. What I can tell you is I agree with Councilmember Falcone. I am so incredibly proud of this body of work at the City of Kirkland, of the work that the staff has done, and of the work that this council has done to stay together and to stay committed to this work. I'm not going to have a lot of individual comments to make later on. Councilmember Falcone will do that for me. But I just wanted to comment on this because I think that what Councilmember Black said is so important. Go home, play it again on your video. It is worth listening to, and I thank you, Councilmember, so much for laying it out there.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since we're 25 minutes into this agenda item, I kind of feel like we're in discussion already in my mind. So I'm just going to kind of proceed with that mindset. So first off, I just want to preface my thoughts that I'm going to talk today is that we absolutely need to explore what we can do to better support our unhoused residents and transition them to stable housing. Fully believe that. And I agree with the positive intentions here that we're trying to achieve and solve. But for me, I really want to make sure that we carefully consider all the details, like I think all of us really want to discuss. And so I have questions about a number of things in this resolution, and I really want to make sure that we're thinking about those details so that we have the greatest chance of achieving success in what we're trying to get out of this. So the first thing that I want to talk about is the community engagement. I fully support robust community conversations. One of the things I learned from the permanent supportive housing conversation was that it was not a two-way dialogue. There weren't as many opportunities to have two-way dialogue with the council directly. There was focus groups, there was individual stakeholder conversations. I would like to make sure that we really make sure that we have a more robust dialogue. And this isn't to get everyone onto the same page necessarily. This is about education. It's about talking about really difficult issues, and I think that's of real value by itself. So that's something that I like to see. That could be town halls. That could be a public hearing in front of the council. Those type of things, and to also use our communication channels at the city to really push out information and make sure everyone is aware of what we're considering. The second thing is, and this is where, I will take exception to some of the things that Councilmember Black said. I feel like the resolution has already identified some solutions when we haven't necessarily fully defined the problem. So that's kind of the cart before the horse in my mind. And so what are we specifically seeing in the city? What are we experiencing? What are the gaps? I think we're hearing a lot of information from what we're seeing from other communities as well. So I really want to understand what Kirkland's experiencing. I want to understand how many contacts we have a day, how many people we've contacted, how many have accepted services. What are those situations where they're not accepting services? What are those systemic situations where we're just not able to find them stable housing, or they don't want to go into stable housing? I want to understand those things because those ultimately play into the types of solutions that we need to really think about. In terms of Section 2, working with other agencies, I like the added language in the whereas where we need to hold our regional partners accountable. We need to work together. There's other resources out there. There's other resources that the King County voters have voted on to put towards solving some of these issues, and we need to make sure that those work out, that we're using those resources as efficiently as possible, and that we're not duplicating efforts with the Regional Homeless Authority. One of the things I didn't see in Section 2 that I would like to have consider added was that we need to build from other success stories from other communities. What has worked well? We're not the only community that is struggling with this. We're certainly probably, based upon what I've seen, not the community that's most impacted. So what's working, what's not, and let's make sure we're learning from that. In terms of, I guess I can say my comments on Section 4, but you know what? I'm just gonna keep going. On camping in parks and public areas, I do want to tread lightly around that. I want to really see what the U.S. Supreme Court says, and before we make any determination on policy on that. From the ballot measure, I think that's a premature. I think that's premature. I think we need to really figure out, articulate what the problems we're facing, explore solutions that we can tackle with existing revenue. And if they are truly an emergency and important, then we need to reprioritize our revenues to solve those issues first. I really like the phone line portal or the online. Phone line is, I would almost like open it up to like an online portal 24/7, where people can contact to get issues addressed. And one of the things that I do want to see more prevalent is accountability. Whatever we decide on doing, we really need to hold ourselves accountable as a government, our community accountable, because a lot of what we need to do, it depends on them as well, our regional partners, and we also need to hold those that we're trying to help accountable as well. And we need to pivot when things are not working as we intended. So Those are the things that are on my mind. I think I got through that in 5 minutes, so it's good. But those are a lot of the comments that I had tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Thank you. I'm going to focus my comments on the text of this resolution and the document itself, because I have some concerns. First,
Councilmember Tim Chisholm, maybe we should go back to Carly's walking us through the sections, since you're getting into the detail. Do you have any overarching comments?
you're gonna walk us,
Yeah.
you're gonna walk us through the sections of this?
Yes,
I can wait first. I can wait, but I want to make sure I have time.
Yes,
Okay.
promise. Thank you, Carly. We did hijack you, but.
No, that's perfect. A great discussion. Thank you. Okay. All right, so section 2, I thought we could just go one by one and talk through it that way, if that's how you would like to do it, Mayor.
Sure, we'll try it.
Okay, so section 2 proposes the action plan provide objectives and actions that support policy goal areas. The first is prevent homelessness where possible through continued investment in prevention programs in support of legislation that creates and retains affordable housing units.
Keep going, and I'll let you know.
You'll let me know?
Yeah.
Okay. When homelessness occurs, reduce barriers and support unhoused individuals in their transition back to stable housing through relationship building and reconnecting to resources. Provide a compassionate and dynamic response to situations involving unhoused residents, acting on a case-by-case basis to best meet the unhoused individual's needs with dignity and respect. Provide timely homeless assistance response team contact with those experiencing homelessness when notified by anyone submitting non-emergency reports of unhoused individuals, and provide prompt acknowledgement to those submitting the reports. Collaborate among city departments and with key community and regional partners at every stage of the continuum of care, leveraging the unique resources provided by faith-based groups, regional service providers, ARCH, the King County Regional Homelessness Authority, King County's permanent supportive housing programs on the east side, and other community partners. Invest in a spectrum of policy and program options to create choice and accountability for unhoused community members, including policies for enforcement action if shelter space or alternative locations are available and other strategies are not effective. If enforcement action becomes necessary, enforcement policies will prioritize the safety of staff, the unhoused individual, surrounding housed and unhoused community members, businesses, and the environment.
Is that the end of section?
There's an
There's
H.
one
which
more.
is
Oh, there it
fine.
is, okay.
Identify short, medium, and long-term funding strategies to accomplish each of these goal areas.
Thank you. Does anybody have any comments on section 2? Okay, let's move on.
Okay. The next section, did you?
Well, I was just going to say that the H, I believe, was just harkening back to Councilmember Black's comment. If you have H, you don't necessarily have to have a specific issue like a ballot measure, so I just wanted to highlight that one.
All right, section 3 covers a community engagement process, and it reads, in developing the homelessness continuum of care action plan, including identifying service needs and designing new programs, the city manager shall collect feedback from key stakeholders, including, but not limited to, residents, faith-based groups, service providers, neighboring jurisdictions, landlords, regional housing and homelessness groups, and active and past participants of Kirkland homelessness programs to incorporate voices with lived experience.
Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had a couple of thoughts here. One of them has already been articulated by Councilmember Black, and that is to add business community here. I would also add to this list Lake Washington School District staff that work with our unhoused students. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. When we think about outreach, I think it's going to be valuable not just in developing the final continuum of care action plan, but in section 4, we're going to be talking about some early actions and want to look for ways where we're going to need to do a number of community input on those. The discussion that's come up around designated spaces, and that's a particular one that's going to need the full TREC treatment as an early, and it's identified as an early action, not just something that's part of the final plan that has the short, medium, and long-term goals.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
My comment about a couple of these sections is I think we've used the word reduce barriers or eliminate barriers 4 or 5 times within some of these sections. And I would prefer to use more specific language within a legal document. And if what we're really talking about is removing city code, amending statutes, then we should say that and not removing or eliminating barriers, because what that does is it attempts to predispose us as an elected body to take some sort of action rather than examining the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I forgot one of my notes.
Okay.
Very brief on this is that we heard some comments earlier tonight related to, having town halls and things of that nature in public hearing. I would just like language in here. I don't know exactly what it would look like, but that there would just be appropriate collection of feedback. The feedback mechanisms might look different for each of these populations, and just to be sensitive to that and really be thoughtful about the approach that we have and how to really gather the best information to make respondents comfortable, to make it accessible, and just to have the right folks asking the questions and the right environment in order to, I think particularly of our currently unhoused neighbors, but just in general, I think for all of the outreach, just as a good practice to not just have a cookie cutter like one size fits all. Well, we invited folks, to come to our town hall, but really acknowledging that there may be, sorry, Councilmember Tim Chisholm, but there may be barriers to folks attending a town hall or a public hearing, and that we're really just thoughtful about what that engagement looks like. Thank you.
Thank you. Carly, before we move on, my additions were businesses, the Chamber, Kirkland Downtown Association, the Tourism Development Committee, our Human Services Committee. I also had the school district, and I'd like to add Lake Washington Institute of Technology, because I assume that they also have unhoused students on their campus. Thank you. City Manager.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest, so the next section is section 4, which I think there probably want to be some thorough discussion of each of those elements. And so my recommendation might be to postpone that one, or maybe just get any initial quick feedback people have on that one.
Well,
I had a couple more comments on section 3, if that's okay.
Okay, and I promised Councilmember Tim Chisholm he could make his comments on section 4. So let's do Councilmember Pascal's on 3.
Yeah, I want to think holistically about the conversation, which section 3 encapsulates. And we often think about hearing input so we can make a decision. And to me, that's only like one part of it. I really want us to be thinking about, I think we all learn from each other. And that's the part where if we're having conversations that aren't public in some ways, or where we're not sharing information that we're hearing from organizations and people at large, people aren't learning from one another. I don't want them to learn from me. I don't want them to listen to me. I want them to hear from each other. I want them to learn, and from those experts, those people that are involved, that understand solutions that are working and solutions that aren't working. That's the conversation that I'm looking for. I don't want it to be like the typical city process conversation. I want it to be all-encompassing. That's what I'm looking for.
That's helpful. Thank you. Let's skip to section 4, and I assume that the council members are willing to go a couple minutes past 7 to get through section 4.
Okay.
So, Carly, you're hanging in there with me. I appreciate it.
Yes, of course. All right, section 4. The city manager is further authorized and directed to complete the following deliverables in 2024 in parallel with completion of the action plan, as these have been identified for early action by the Coordinated Response to Homelessness team. Evaluate and refine the homelessness data collection strategy to right-size solutions to meet Kirkland's specific community needs. Include policies in the comprehensive plan to reduce regulatory barriers to temporary housing programs, incentivize increased supply of affordable housing units, and avoid displacement. Prepare code changes for council consideration to allow and regulate alternative housing models such as tiny home temporary housing programs or similar programs. Evaluate community need and feasibility of siting pallet homes or equivalent temporary housing programs in Kirkland. Evaluate Chapter 127 of the Kirkland zoning code related to special use permits to determine appropriate means for reducing barriers for hosting temporary sanctioned encampments. Evaluate options for providing safe and lawful places for sleeping outside in Kirkland, including utilizing a community engagement process and preparing draft legislation for council consideration. Evaluate potential funding sources and prepare service packages for the 2025-2026 budget process at tiered levels of investment for council consideration. Explore feasibility and need of an affordable housing and homelessness levy in 2025 or 2026. In order to support comprehensive tracking, evaluation, and reporting of this initiative to the council and community, the action plan should also detail these and other actions the city has taken in 2023 and 2024 related to homelessness.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thank you. Regarding Section 4, subsection G says evaluate potential funding sources. There's also other things in here. I think we should frankly strike subsection H, which says explore the feasibility and need of an affordable housing homelessness levy in 25 or 26. That's very specific language. I don't think it's feasible, and other than it not being feasible, I think there's 3 to 5 other issues like an aquatic center, the Lake Washington School District, or police and fire that I would prefer to see a levy on before this subject. And 25 and 26 is very soon, and we've recently had a lot of feedback from our community on this topic. With regard to the phrase action plan or wherever it is, I'd prefer to see that as an emergency action plan or some sort of language in there that before we're talking about pallet homes or transitional housing, that there has to be some sort of an emergency to trigger the need for us to explore that. The La Quinta has not materialized. We don't know how that's going to play out, and we don't know whether or not that La Quinta is going to have adequate capacity for the city or not. And so I'd like to see some, perhaps this, any type of emergency housing referred to as an emergency action plan, because there should be an emergency, and it should be within the city of Kirkland, not simply a global or regional emergency, but some sort of local thing that triggers that. And lastly, I've already touched on it, but the language to reduce barriers, I think what we mean is amend zoning code. And the zoning code, we'll be discussing that in another section of tonight, the zoning code of under miscellaneous code amendments.
We will, yeah.
I'll have comments on the miscellaneous code amendments, but we'll save those for later tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Deputy Mayor?
I think the key part of this whole early action and some of the issues that Councilmember Tim Chisholm has brought up is that we're not presupposing any decisions. And I think there is some additional language that's going to be needed, around things like this interesting idea of what do we do if we were to have a state of emergency differently than other process. I think that's an interesting process question for some of this siting piece. So we got some details, places for sleeping outside. I need to learn a whole lot about the considerations of that. We've mentioned the Supreme Court ruling that's coming out. I think that's where we're not just evaluating options, but I need to know the considerations of that. Does that make the problem better? And instead of preparing draft legislation, I'm not sure if I even want draft legislation on it, potentially preparing draft legislation. We're going to hear a lot more over the next 6 months on this. On a homelessness levy, we know we need more revenue. I don't know if local is a place to start first. I'd like to say I want to explore a regional levy. I would look at support of that, but agree with Councilmember Tim Chisholm that we could strike 25 and 26 and keep it open, because I'd like to look at the options there. State funding is another thing we might pursue. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone? And
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We are already in a crisis. This is already an emergency. This is not something, I mean, if we don't already know that, we aren't paying attention. There have been study after study after study. We know this time after time with the, I think of just the King County Regional Homelessness Authority's, action plan. I might be misnaming their plan, but, they studied, this issue. We know this is the top issue that's facing our community is housing and homelessness. We are in an affordable housing crisis. We already know, speaking to some of those more temporary or really low-income housing solutions, that we already need 7,388 units of affordable housing at the 0 to 30% AMI. So that's what we're talking about with planning some of this, is preparing for, we want to prevent homelessness and we want to address existing and future homelessness, right? And so having these plans and talking through what we're going to allow as far as different housing types and affordable housing levels in our community, we're already at a crisis level. So I just want to state that. And we are aware of the numbers. We are aware of what we need to plan and accommodate for this year in our comp plan. And we need to show that we're moving forward in a direction and we're going to be held accountable to King County that we are, and to the state that we are actually seeing that through. So I think it's wise that we're doing this. We're complying with other regulations imposed upon us, rightfully so. So I just want to state that. So I do support these actions. I do have something I'd like to add for us to evaluate, and I'm not sure if it's more appropriate under Section 2 or Section 4. But I think, again, to the King County Regional Homelessness Authority plan, and I think of the findings on congregate shelter as a form of emergency shelter, and the acknowledgement of the existence of that in the East Side subregion, and also the fact that we know that that's not ideal. And so I'd like us to explore the comments in that document and explore what our response is to that and what our plan would be if we decide that we need to address that. So that would be our emergency shelters that we currently have here in Kirkland, and other cities on the east side have them as well, given that that's no longer a best practice to have those congregate shelters where folks are, for a variety of reasons, do not have private individual living quarters. There are folks out there that we hear from that is one of the reasons that they don't accept shelter, is because there's not privacy. They're not able to live the life the way that they need their life for their own safety, for their health reasons, for a variety of reasons, because of the congregate shelters, because those are the options that are available to them. So I do want us to explore that either in Section 2 or Section 4. I'm not sure where that's most appropriate, but I'd like to have a proposal for adding that as well. As far as the levy, this is something, again, I feel we can't continue to study and study and study to see if there's a need. We know that we have a huge affordable housing and homelessness crisis here on the east side. We know that it's going to take money. Of the 13,000 something units that we're required to plan for and accommodate in the coming years, over 10,000 of those are 0 to 50% AMI, which we know the market will not build. We know that the government and nonprofits are going to have to subsidize to create the vast majority of the housing that we need in the city of Kirkland, and that's going to require funding from somewhere. So I do want us to explore those options. We know that, regional and county level levies have been discussed for quite some time. I think it's time that we work to lead that conversation. I think it can be broader. It doesn't need to be, I agreed, we don't necessarily have to have the years in there, but I do think it's important that we engage in this conversation, both potentially as a city, potentially partnering with neighboring cities regionally, potentially working with King County and looking at I can't find my notes, but the East Side, King County, or the Affordable Housing Roundtable that we have that brings a bunch of stakeholders together. I know that, we've all had discussions with them, we've all received communications from them, as well as some other advocacy organizations, and they really bring together a variety of different folks, the business community, chambers, housing providers, housing advocates, to really address this. And I know they have some thoughts and want to talk with us about potential future housing levies, and so I think we should just continue that conversation in some way. So I do not support deleting that, but I'm fine with revising it to have more flexibility to look at options, whether it be regional or Kirkland. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black, then Councilmember Tinches.
Oh, I was in the middle of making my notes. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I just, 2 points I want to make. Deputy Mayor Arnold's point about the levy, which Councilmember Falcone underscored as well. That's well taken, that if there is a need for additional revenue, that can be addressed at multiple levels. There should be some flexibility in that line item. Originally I was thinking paragraph G, evaluate potential funding sources, was really all the direction that the city manager really needed to explore all the various funding sources. But I do think now that I've heard from my colleagues that there is some value in H if it's more broad and more flexible, and it's not necessarily a city levy, it's not necessarily in 25, it's not necessarily in 26. So I will say that. And then my only other comment is, I think as we spend more time with Section 4 last week and this week, and we're going to continue having this conversation, I think as we spend more time with Section 4, I understand the genesis of this from our professionals who I spoke about earlier admirably, identifying through gap analysis and needs assessments and whatever, our coordinated response to homelessness team, what are some of the low-hanging or sort of the, I guess, the early action items. I do think as we spend more time with this, city manager, there's probably some of these that are sort of evaluate options and come back to the council and the community and have further discussion. And some of them might truly be early action items. I think we need to I would suggest we spend a little bit more time parsing through this list, seeing which of those are sort of, let's evaluate the options, let's present some options to the community and the council, and those which are maybe more clearly early action items. And so maybe there's a Section 5 at some point where we parsed through this list. But, and with that, I'll stop and hand it back to Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Brief comments. This is our second meeting on this issue, and if we're going to do a town hall or have community engagement, I think now's the time. Before we get into the vacation season, perhaps of July and August, and before we have our third, fourth, or fifth meeting on this, and we're far down the road having made substantive decisions on this subject. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, we're a little over, so I'll be brief. I think that what I'm taking away from, sorry, I've got to gather my thoughts. I'm privileged to sit on a number of regional committees, and I'm privileged to sit in conversations with mayors in other cities who are panicking, who have refugee crises on their door, or encampments in their city halls, or encampments in their parks, and they're unprepared and do not know how to move forward and do not have the resources and the staff to move forward. So I think it's our responsibility to have these conversations and make a plan. It is coming, and as Councilmember Falcone said, I have done the point-in-time count. I do go to the safe parking program. The situation is real, and it is here, and it is within Kirkland, and it is our responsibility to help take care of people. That's why we all got into this job. So this is the right strategy moving forward. What I'm thinking about what Councilmember Pascal said, and I think it would be helpful both for the council and the community, is to do more education about what does a tiny home look like, what happens in our safe parking program, do we have enough resources in our safe parking program, where are the RVs in cities and in the city, and how are we helping these people? I think that there needs to be, we need to do a better job of telling our story about what we're seeing now, what we're seeing regionally and locally, and we also need to educate ourselves. I would love to go to Vancouver and see the tiny home village. I would love for some of you to go to the Safe Parking Program and provide dinner and sit down with the community members who, I sat down with, not gonna cry, sat down with a woman, 72, who lost her housing. And she's cold, and she's scared, and she's lonely, and she's trying to build her community. And I need resources to help that woman. So, thank you for this work. Thank you, all of you, for your comments. I sincerely appreciate you. And thank you, community members, for being here too, because I know that you're here because you care about this community and you want all of us to move the best way forward. So, thank you. And we are concluding our study session, and we'll be back upstairs at 7:30 for our regular meeting. thank you. We are back in session following a study session on council operations and on proposed resolution R 5631 relating to homelessness. We are going to move to honors and proclamations. Our first proclamation is about Older Americans Month proclamation. Councilmember Sweet will be reading the proclamation. Accepting will be Senior Council Chair Terry Steele-Calais, along with the other senior council members, and I think there's quite a few, so come on up.
Welcome.
Proud seniors. Come on up here. Yes.
Come this way, sir.
Yeah, all right. Proclaiming May 2024 as Older Americans Month in Kirkland. Whereas the Kirkland City Council established the Kirkland Senior Council in 2002 to act as an advisory group to the City Council that is dedicated to ensuring that Kirkland is and remains a safe, vibrant community for residents age 50 and older. And whereas the Kirkland Senior Council, comprised of members who advocate for, support, and create programs and services that meet the needs of older adults of our community. And whereas the Kirkland Senior Council continues to provide community leadership and advocacy on behalf of our community's older adults. And whereas the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Administration for Community Living has led the celebration of Older Americans Month every year since 1963. And whereas the Administration for Community Living has set this year's Older Americans Month theme as Powered by Connection, which recognizes how social connections support independence and well-being by fighting against isolation and loneliness. And whereas this Kirkland community becomes stronger and more resilient when people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds are encouraged to participate in an active civic lifestyle. Now, therefore, Mayor Kelly Curtis, on behalf of the City Council, does hereby proclaim May 2024 to be Older Americans Month in Kirkland and invites the community to prioritize meaningful social connections with the older adults in our lives. Thank you.
On behalf of the 30% of the citizens of Kirkland who are now 50 years or older, I would like to say thank you for acknowledging the seniors and their many years of contributions towards building schools and parks and making Kirkland the way it is now.
If you all don't know, these four are formidable. So.
Well, and I see a good number of you out there who could have stood up here with us. So, this congratulate to you as well.
Thank you.
And remember, this weekend is Mother's Day.
All right, I'm going to stay here. Deputy Mayor Arnold is going to read our next proclamation, which is Bike Everywhere Month, and Kurt Dressner of the Bike Stewards Program will be accepting the proclamation. And Kurt, you are welcome to bring whomever you wish.
Welcome.
A proclamation proclaiming May 2024 as Bike Everywhere Month in Kirkland, Washington. Whereas bicycling is an economical, healthy, and environmentally sound form of transportation and a great way to enjoy Kirkland's scenic beauty on roads and trails to access local destinations, workplaces, and other businesses. And whereas the City of Kirkland is dedicated to balanced transportation by reducing reliance on driving alone and improving connectivity and multimodal mobility. And whereas the City Council adopted an active transportation plan and a transportation strategic plan, both of which have the goal of enhancing safety and accessibility for all users and providing bike facilities for all people of all ages and abilities. And whereas in July 2023, the city completed construction of the Totem Lake Connector Bridge, which provides a safe crossing of a busy intersection and a vital link along the Cross Kirkland corridor for those who bike, walk, run, or roll. And whereas the growing popularity of electric bicycles is enabling more people to ride longer distances and replace car trips with trips by bicycle. And whereas Washington State has been a top bicycle-friendly state since 2008, according to the League of American Bicyclists. And whereas May is National Bike Month, promoted by the League of American Bicyclists, and whereas the city recently launched a pilot bike stewards program featuring volunteer bike valets who will check in community members' bikes while they enjoy downtown shops and sites located at Park Lane and Lake Street on Saturdays through May, which supports more community members visiting downtown by bike. Now, therefore, Mayor Kelly Curtis, on behalf of the City Council, does hereby proclaim May as Bike Everywhere Month in Kirkland and encourages all community members to participate in Bike Everywhere Month in ways that are meaningful to them.
Deputy Mayor Arnold, Mayor Curtis, on behalf of the Bike Valet team, we're honored to receive this very important proclamation. When we started the Bike Valet, our goal was to remove obstacles to cycling for transportation. A motley crew of community members can't build protected bike lanes or provide e-bike rebates or lower traffic speeds, but we can make sure you don't have to remember your lock or worry about your bike disappearing while you're enjoying the things that our wonderful city has to offer. Our vision for Kirkland is that when you attend a major event or go to any commercial center in the city, you can take for granted that there will be simple, secure, prominently located bike parking. Bike Everywhere Month celebrates a month when we challenge ourselves to see how many of our day-to-day tasks can be accomplished on 2 wheels instead of 4. Cycling doesn't just benefit the person doing it, it also benefits the whole city. It leads to less congestion, cleaner air, and lower infrastructure capital and maintenance costs. It also gives us a chance to interact with one another as people and neighbors. While we challenge ourselves as individuals for 1 month out of the year, we need to challenge ourselves as a city all year round. I encourage Kirkland to take inspiration from the Bike Valet and find even more ways in which it can continue to remove obstacles to cycling so that more people can choose to cycle more often. There are some things we can't change, the weather, the hills, but as many cities have demonstrated, including Kirkland, there are lots of things that are under our control, and when we improve them, more of us opt to leave the car at home. And for those of us who cannot drive, whether due to age, disability, cost, or any number of other reasons, we can participate more fully and independently in our community. Thank you, and I hope that we see you at the Bike Valet.
All right, thank you, everyone. With council's indulgence, I would like to move item 7A, Community Emergency Response Team CERT, class number 33, graduation recognition to now. And after we do the graduation recognition, we're going to take a quick little break for some photos, and then we'll move on back to items for the audience. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. As you mentioned, we're going to be celebrating the graduating class number 33 in Kirkland. Here to give the overview is Heather Kelly, our emergency manager. I'd also like to point out we're going to only recognize the ones who are here in person, but if you look at your memo and members of the public, you can see all of the members of the graduating class, some of which could not be here tonight. So with that, I'll turn it over to Heather.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor Curtis, Deputy Mayor Arnold, council members, and once again, I'd like to thank you for taking time to recognize the CERT 33 graduates tonight. This class brought their individual strengths together to train and prepare to help themselves, their loved ones, and their community during times of disaster and emergency. As you know, most of you are putting your equipment on, love it. You guys know that they learn all things about preparedness for disasters. They do fire suppression, first aid, light search and rescue, but most importantly, they learn about teamwork and how to be a community together. Over the weekend, they applied all these skills at a drill at our previously occupied Station 27. We were able to make use of that facility to allow them to find, rescue, and care for injured survivors and put all the pieces together. During this class, we did something different. We actually had 6 previous CERT participants come back and teach and be part of the program and spend a lot of their volunteer time paying this forward and sharing their experience with our participants, which we discovered was a great opportunity for networking, connection, and peer-to-peer learning. So we're looking forward to continuing that process in the next few sessions. And I can't thank you enough for your support for this program, for being part of it, going through the training. It really does make a difference to lead by example. Representing the class tonight is 5 of our 12 participants. I'd like to read their names and welcome them forward for a quick group picture. So we will start with Scarlett Arnold from the Norkirk neighborhood. Bernard Morgan with Totem Lake. Yola Paliswaite, North Rose Hill. Lane Schultz, Evergreen Hill. And Carla Walker, Totem Lake Neighborhood. And I'd also like just to recognize Carly Pesconis, who has taken over the CERT program and run it, and this was her first pretty much solo class, and she did a great job. So we're really thrilled to have her.
Yep, everybody shift down a little bit. The chairs are a problem. We want full time for extra.
Congratulations, and thank you for doing it. Scarlett.
Nice. Congrats. I know, we got to do them all.
Congratulations.
We got to do them all.
Thank you, sir.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for doing it.
Looks pretty fun, too.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's awesome. Scarlett, well done.
Congrats.
Well done. Congratulations.
Good job.
Yeah. All right. We are now going to move to items of the audience. If everybody's settled and taking off their hard hats and vests, we can move forward. This is the time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public on matters that are not quasi-judicial or scheduled for a public hearing, of which there are none scheduled this evening. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and the council will receive up to 3 comments on each on both sides of the issue. If you are present either in person or virtually and would like to address the council during this items of the audience period, please sign up using the online public comment instruction link or in person using the posted QR code. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. Items from the audience is an important part of our business meeting, and we ask that everyone is treated with kindness and respect. We discourage people from using obscenities and personal attacks. We ask that you please do not clap or applaud after a speaker or express your disagreement with a speaker. We want everyone in Kirkland to feel welcome expressing their viewpoints regardless of content. Because they can be disruptive, signs and placards are not allowed in council chambers during our meetings, regardless of content. City Clerk.
The first 3 speakers are Ruji Ding, followed by Josh Fua and Jennifer Loy.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Curtis and members of City Council. My name is Ruji Ding. I'm the property owner of 11513 Northeast 87th Street for over 20 years. It is adjacent to the construction zone of Northeast 85th Street and the I-405 interchange project. I'm here on behalf of myself as a property owner and also on behalf of my tenant to talk about the negative impact of the night construction work the city has authorized Watchdog contract to do. The night work has been taking place every month since January. The most recent night work is from April 18th to this coming Saturday. That is a 4 consecutive weeks night work. The city issued a noise variance to allow Watchdog contract to work all night long from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. every night for the next 3 years. And the variance allows Watchdog to exceed the normal noise limits designated to protect health and safety. The nightly construction noise since January has been so awful, the windows has been rattling and the walls have been vibrating in the middle of the night. It will go on night after night for weeks. The residents sleep with earplugs and a white noise machine on, but they still cannot sleep with the construction activity going on to 4 a.m. in the morning. The night work really city allows has severely impacted the health and welfare of the people living in the area and the damage of my property value. I'm sure the same is true for many other residential property in the neighborhood. There are conditions in the noise variance for the Watchdog contract to follow, but the city staff admits the contract is not complying with the conditions, but the city staff does not hold the contract accountable for violating the conditions. There's no oversight from the city to make sure the contract is following the conditions during the night work hours. We feel the city has not shown any consideration for the humans living in the construction zone when approving the noise variance and enforcing the conditions. The residents live and deal with the grinding, shaking, and digging 10 hours a day for months. On top of that, the night work makes living there miserable and impossible. I'm asking the city to limit the hours of night work operation and allow the resident to sleep and rest at night. The vision statement from the city says Kirkland is one of the most livable cities in America. I'm hoping the city council will consider the night work impact to the resident, at least have some quiet night to sleep so home will be livable. Thank you for your time and listening.
Thank you. And we have your contact information? You can leave it with David. And
Okay. So can I pass on my written pass
to Mr.
to
Wolbert?
David?
That would be great. Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
The next speaker is Josh Fua, followed by Jennifer Loy and Nicole McKenzie.
Welcome.
Thanks. Esteemed council members, I stand before you today as a concerned citizen of Kirkland, troubled by the growing crisis of homelessness in our community. I believe that draft resolution R5631 presents a crucial opportunity to address this issue compassionately and effectively. The proposed goal areas align with evidence-based solutions that have proven successful in cities across the nation. Prioritizing prevention programs will help keep families and individuals from falling into homelessness in the first place. Creating and retaining affordable housing is essential as rising rents push many to the brink. We must support our unhoused neighbors in their journey back to stability, providing them with the resources and guidance they need. A person-centered approach recognizes the unique circumstances of each individual, offering tailored support. I believe these policy goal areas are comprehensive and reflect a thoughtful approach to addressing homelessness in our city. By adopting this resolution, we can lay the groundwork for a future action plan that will make a real difference in the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors. Furthermore, I urge you to consider a different approach to our city's housing crisis. We need solutions that go beyond the extremes of single-family homes and high-rise apartments. It's time to embrace the missing middle options, duplexes, triplexes, and other gentle density housing options. These types of housing can be seamlessly integrated into our existing neighborhoods, offering more affordable options for families and individuals like me, a renter. The missing middle not only provides housing diversity, it also fosters vibrant, walkable communities. When people live closer together, it becomes easier to support local businesses, reduce car dependence, and create a more connected community. Let's revise our zoning codes to allow for more mixed-use flexibility and density. Let's streamline the permitting process for these types of housing. And let's invest in alternative transportation infrastructure like protected bike lanes, improved sidewalks, and expanded public transit options. By doing so, we can create a city where people can live affordably, comfortably, and sustainably. I urge you to embrace these opportunities to create a more equitable, affordable, and vibrant future for Kirkland. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Loy?
Hi, how many of you got the pictures I sent? Okay, a few of you did. Okay, so my remarks are around the comprehensive plan update for parks. And I wanted to tell you a little bit. My son and I volunteer with Jubilee Reach through the Young Men's Service League. And one of the projects that we do is we go to seniors and people that are disabled where they cannot take care of their homes anymore, and in particular their yards. And so we'll go, and as you can imagine, without any proper care over time, these yards get pretty overgrown. They're a source of embarrassment for the seniors. And we kind of come in and we provide, a warm connection to them so they don't feel so isolated. And then we kind of bring their yard back to a source of pride. Well, recently I discovered that there was such a place in my own neighborhood. And over time, I watched it get worse and worse and worse. It was over years, and I kept thinking, is somebody going to take care of this? Somebody going to take care of this? That place was the City of Kirkland Park. It was Carillon Woods Park playground area. And those are the pictures that you're looking at when I actually finally contacted the city. As a result of that, I learned that this is actually city policy on how to care for that park at this time. And I was encouraged strongly to become a parks volunteer, which I did, and I've put in countless hours and worked with countless people with the city and in the Parks Department on Carillon Woods, but there are still problems that I don't believe can be addressed without higher level strategy, possibly at the comp plan that would drive down a higher priority to the pros plan, and that's why I'm here today. So basically I'm told this park is natural. Natural is neglected. There's absolutely nothing done. As you can see by the picture, that is a result of the current city policy. It's unkept, it's secluded, and it's unsafe around a children's play area where I raised my kids going to this park. I ask that you add and elevate park maintenance standards at the comp plan level. Parks maintenance policy standards and accountability need fresh eyes and retooling. These parks maintenance performance measures should not be hours-based. Why? I checked in 2021 and 2022, and the city logged over 200 hours at Carillon Woods Park alone, and that led to those pictures that you're looking at. So there's a big disconnect between hours and actual standards. So this is why I'm bringing this up. This is just a little bit for you. These are some smoke signals. This is the tip of the iceberg of my experience working on this particular thing. I'd encourage anybody who's interested in hearing more. I'd love to have a conversation about it, but I would like you to, as you look towards May 9th, think about elevating standards for parks maintenance. And they need to be reasonably maintained and safe. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk.
The next speaker is Nicole McKenzie, followed by Chuck Pilcher and William Whitehouse.
Ms. McKenzie.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council. I wanted to thank you all for a very vibrant discussion in the study session regarding our 5631. There's no denying that we have a paucity of affordable housing in Kirkland, and it is absolutely a laudable goal to try to provide more affordable housing and to try to ensure that members of our community do not experience homelessness to the extent that we can. There's only so much that we can do, but it's good to be trying to take efforts, make efforts, and develop policy that helps people to stay in their homes and to avoid homelessness. I do want to express concern about some of the policies that are being discussed Kirkland does not actually have an emergency crisis around homelessness right now. The city of Seattle has a population of around 12,000-ish based on the one-night count of homelessness, which represents approximately 1.5% to 2% of their population. The city of Kirkland, based on the available information, which I understand we don't have, reliable, complete information, but based on available information, we have a population of 160 out of our 82,000. That is 0.1 of 1% of Kirkland's population. So it's not an emergency crisis here yet, and we don't need to make it one. We don't need to implement policies that will result in our homeless population ballooning. And that is my concern with some of the policies that are being proposed. So that is something that I hope that we all take into consideration as this conversation with the community moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pilcher.
It's been a few years since I've been here. 4 of you know me, the rest of you don't. John, Jay, Kurt, and Penny, which resulted in the Aegis building down on Lake Washington Boulevard. The problem that I see with the 5631 is that we're missing the root cause. Homelessness is that's the result, not the problem. The problem is mental health and addiction for at least 50% of those who are homeless in the city of Kirkland. We need to work together. This is a regional problem, the mental health and the addictions, and those need to be addressed on a bigger level than just the city of Kirkland. When we talk about tent cities or pallet homes or whatever, tiny homes, they're all basically just tents with wooden walls and a wooden ceiling, and they do not solve the problem. When we talk about, when your mission statement or whatever it's called, the root cause or that you want this to be, homelessness to be rare, brief, and non-recurring, you have to deal with the mental health issues and the addictions. It's not just building a house for somebody. If we are thinking of using parks or some of our open space for a homeless tent camp or whatever it is that's envisioned, it's you have to think of this as this being in your neighborhood. I mean, within a block of where you live, and it's not going to be a popular approach. There's really only about 0.1% of the population, I think as somebody said, that are the homeless in the city of Kirkland. And we at Evergreen Hospital need to build an 8-story tower, 135 additional beds, and our budget for that, or the amount that we would require of the taxpayers, is less than what you're asking for 200 people, maybe only 100 that aren't mentally ill, to serve 20 or 50,000 people. I don't know. Most of the people in Kirkland use Evergreen Health, and this budget that you haven't even planned yet is somewhere in the $300 per person cost, and we at Evergreen can build an 8-story tower for that kind of money. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Whitehouse.
Hi there. Good evening, everyone. I'm Forrest Whitehouse. I'm a Kirkland resident. I'm also terribly shy, so I'm sure I won't need the full 3 minutes. I just want to start off by thanking the council for taking on the very difficult issue of homelessness. It's one that is hard to talk about for many reasons. And it's one where we really do have to remain thoughtful and compassionate and really work not to try to other our neighbors, our fellow residents here. I often think about how lucky I am that I was born in such a wealthy country. I live in a wealthy community like Kirkland. I have a home I can go home to tonight. I have a bed I can sleep in, and I'm really looking forward to that. And how much I can take that for granted, and also just like how little it would have taken in my life not to have that luck, not to have support when I needed it. And I think that's very humbling. And I know there's been some misinformation circling online. I just want to, I guess, bring us back to that people-centric approach that you were talking about. Sorry, it's a little, it could be a little hard for me to talk about this. I also want to call your attention to homelessness not being just, a crisis of mental health or drugs or something like that. I think that is greatly oversimplifying things. I think people can fall into homelessness for any number of reasons, and that we need to get in front of it. We need to be preventative. And as I said already, we need to be compassionate above all else. Homelessness and housing are inextricably linked. I think that so we need to be taking a look not just at our response, but also at how to really aggressively provide housing and cheap, affordable housing so that we can keep our neighbors under a roof with the same sense of security, the same, warm bed that I so enjoy. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
City Clerk, who's next?
The next two speakers are Laura Blackett and Alex Zimmerman.
Ms. Blackett.
Good evening. I am Laura Blackett. I'm Interim Senior Director of Homeless Youth Service Centers, Shelter and Drop-In Services at the Willows Emergency Shelter that's located in Kirkland. So I guess we came at the right night. And there are a lot of emotions that surround the issue of people experiencing homelessness, and as you said, a lot of myths around it. I did actually come with my director of the Willows Youth Service Center to report some of the good work that we're doing, that we've been supported by the city of Kirkland to build a brand new emergency shelter. We used to be able to serve 15 young people, but ages 18 through 24, but now we can serve 25, 35 in inclement weather. I'm coming to tell you when things work, when they fall in place, what we can do. We now have substance use disorder counselors, we have mental health resource specialists, we have case managers, we have outreach case managers, housing navigators, we have specialists, and we are now able to provide wraparound services to disrupt that cycle of homelessness. And when things are done right, we can disrupt the cycle of homelessness, because homelessness most definitely is not a choice, especially for our young people. So I just wanted to come on behalf of Friends of Youth, which is the organization that we work with, and say thank you for being such a proud supporter. I know the mayor has been part of this journey of getting this building up and running. It's been a long journey, and it's up and running. And we're doing amazing work. When you walk in, you can feel the positive culture of hope and joy. We have a kitchen that tonight served one of my favorite meals, Korean chicken. So lots of good things. And I'm going to pass it over to the director to give you numbers and the impact that the shelter's having.
Good evening, all. My name is Ron Abram. I'm the director of the Willows Youth Service Center. Excuse me. Willows opened in Kirkland in late January. We transitioned from being housed in downtown Redmond. We're really excited about the opportunity and appreciative of the new space. It was a significant improvement of facility. As mentioned, it expanded our program capacity. With our move, the daily capacity for drop-in and shelter increased from 15 to 26. As mentioned, we have an expansion for cold weather as well. Since February, our drop-in program has averaged 16 young adults per day accessing services with us, and we've reached our capacity several times. Our drop-in program has provided 91 unduplicated clients, providing showers, laundry, meals, and case management services. Our shelter has provided 1,797 bed nights to 97 different young adults, averaging about 19 adults. These numbers are just since February. So we opened late January, these numbers just since February. So just really in the last couple months. Willow's clients and friends of youth employees have appreciated the warm welcome from our community partners. I'd like to acknowledge Kirkland's Homeless Outreach Coordinator, the Kirkland Police Department, and Kirkland's Emergency Medical Services. We've had cause to engage with each of these partners, and it has been like night and day from our previous relationships with those entities. We've been impressed with the willingness of those partners to engage, the respect and the understanding they've demonstrated, and their general overall communication for their needs, rules, expectations, and their observation of ours. As a new resource in the Kirkland community, we look to deliver invaluable human services to the young adults we serve, be a good partner to other resource providers and agencies, and be a good neighbor to the community. As my colleague Laura mentioned, we really came this evening just to communicate to the council and the community a resource that exists, to identify what those resources look like in real life, and to put some tangible numbers on the lives we're impacting. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you both for being here tonight, so thank you. And I think Councilmember Sweet wants to say something.
Do. Ron, welcome. This is really heartening news, and tonight is a really good night to hear from you. Early on, we talked to Paul about opportunities that might present themselves for us either to come down and host a dinner or do something. I think we would like you to follow up with us on that. We would be more than excited to do something like that.
We have heard the rumors of that also. We would love that. I will make sure my contact information is available.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you. All right, and now we are moving on to Mr. Zimmerman. Is he gone?
Yep.
Oh, I am. I don't need your help. I am now closing items for the audience, and we are going to move on to 7B, Capital Improvement CIP Update at a Glance. City Manager.
Sorry,
I know you were eager.
So thank you, Mayor. We, as you know, have done a periodic check-in to let you know what's going on with some of the major capital projects happening here in Kirkland, to bring to your attention and answer any questions. And here to give you that presentation is our Capital Improvement Program Manager, Rod Steitzer.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. Let's see, can I move this? I may need some help.
On our screen, Rod, we're fine.
Oh, you're on that screen. Okay, great, excellent, perfect. Well, thank you. It's always great to come here and give an update on the CIP program, which we have a lot of stuff going on. We have 10 slides for you tonight covering active projects, external funding opportunities, and an update on our CIP process improvements, specifically the project management and CIP development software, which we're really excited about. Cover that at the end. As we see on the screen here, lots of stuff going on, 75 projects, nearly $200 million in motion right now, including 21 construction projects at $84 million, and the 54 projects that are currently in design. So really exciting. And to kind of accompany that, it's Kirkland's responding to growth, and all these infrastructure projects here are responding to that growth as well to provide a level of service to the community that's really beneficial. And I do have one couple of points at the end of this slide talking about our engagement process that we are kicking off in earnest in 2024. So I just wanted to kind of cover that. And then, of course, the picture on the screen here is Fire Station 27 with the ribbon cutting. We're all excited about 10 a.m. on Saturday. So hopefully we'll get to see you all there. I'll be there, and I believe Truck's going to be there as well. Yeah, excellent. Great. So that's lots going on. Let's see. I hit the down arrow here. Let me hit the clicker button. Here we go. So speaking of the fire stations program, really the headline here is ahead of schedule and on budget. So we have Fire Station 22 that opened last October, and of course, Fire Station 27, we have the ribbon cutting coming up this Saturday, 10 a.m. A couple of pictures in the lower right of the screen for Fire Station 27. You see that beautiful kitchen there to provide some great meals. Hopefully they'll be active when we go out there, actually. And then also the bays, which actually constitute a lot of great improvement for the service needs of the fire department. Up in the upper right is the schedule, really quick, just color code or looking at a comparison graph on the schedule. The orange colors are the original schedule, the blue are the updated schedules, and you'll see we're about 1 year ahead of schedule when we get done with the program altogether. So a lot of great work going on with the team, collaboration with the fire department and other stakeholders to get that done. Annika's done a really great job managing the project. We also are in construction on 26 and 21 currently right now. Both of those are estimated to be completed early next year, probably right around this time. Another thing we actually have going on is the training buildings that are going to be located at Fire Station 24. We're in the early design phases there, but those were added through the CIP process last year, so we're taking those in earnest and doing a good job there so far. Excellent. Lake in Kirkland. So I'm got this aerial photo. Actually, there was some great photos going on in social media with some drone footage. That's great. So these photos are coming from our team that's also taking videos and photos of the project as well. Lots going on, lots going on. So I know it's been great, and we appreciate all the patience, everyone there. But big news there is we are still currently on track to open the roadway in that 8-week window. We're about 3 weeks away. Things that have been going on right now, the storm system underneath the planned concrete road is complete. Temporary traffic poles are set and in place to handle the signals for that roadway to be installed. The water main work is underway, so we have a hydrant that we're going to be adding a new one to and doing some other water main modifications before the concrete roadway goes on. And the concrete roadway is currently scheduled to start next Tuesday. So very fast, very furious, and we are working, partnering very well with the contractor who's working very hard. We're making sure that we're on that schedule and watching that clearly. After the roadway goes in, just an opportunity to remind everyone that that's just the full closure. There's also the 7 weeks of work afterwards to handle the stuff in back of the roadway, the sidewalks, landscaping, those kind of things like that. 100th Avenue, another one. I'll just maybe shout out at the picture in the lower part of the screen. The storm system is going in. It's huge. You can see the person walking through the storm system pipes, the detention pipes. It's really exciting. Contractor has been working very hard on this. We have a relationship with this contractor. They've done several projects in Kirkland for us, so that is going very well. So we are currently, the stormwater improvements are in place. Retaining walls are going in. We're working with North Shore Utility District on the utilities. Those are in place. We had a couple of change orders. We worked with them on that. And we are still maintaining those traffic lanes, as you can see in the bigger picture on the screen. It's got a lot of cones, a lot of stuff going on, very busy, very congested, but it has been working. I know the crosswalk is another element of this as well, and that will be coming with a future update for 100th Avenue, separate from this slideshow. Parallel to that, Juanita Drive corridor also underway. Storm system at 120th, that's near the southern end of the project. I guess I should point out that the map there on the screen does call out the south limit, so right around there, right around Fire Station 25, storm system there is done. One big part of that, though, is it was a overlapping effort with one of our other projects, and that's our storm system aging infrastructure project. So we know that we have a lot of work to do on that program, and this was a complement to that, so we took advantage of it, and Juanita Drive was able to complete that section of work for us. We also working again with North Shore Utility on this project, and we're currently installing a water main system for them on that. And there's quite a bit of walls on this project. So you can see the photo on the right side showing the wall installation. Those are large size bricks that get pinned in place. Currently on schedule with anticipated completion about a year from now, March 2025. Safer routes to school. Thankfully, with the planning of this project, we were able to actually hire 2 really great engineers to work on this, PMs. And they're implementing all 40 of these projects through 12 bid packages. All projects are currently underway, every single one of them, which is ahead of schedule. That includes, we just started the 7 sidewalk repair area designs. We're actually able to leverage 2 Transportation Improvement Board grants on this and 1 federal grant on these projects to help the funding of it. So we're currently tracking ahead of schedule, and maybe I shouldn't have put the word under in there, but they are currently under budget right now. But when construction starts, we'll see how that goes. 124th Avenue, another major project on the radar. We're scheduled to start construction later this month as well, May 20th. We should see up, maybe even today, they went up the variable message boards that provide the information to the travelers out there about the project. And in this one, we're going to actually have the contractor's plan is to start on the west side of the street, kind of go through that. There's a lot of tree removal that's going to happen. There's also the retaining walls that are going to go in, and then also restoration and landscaping on that west side. So that's the plan there. This is a 1-year duration approximately, so we're looking at summer 2025. In the planning part of this project, we made it a special effort that we're going to have uniformed police officers and flaggers to help with movements in and out of the businesses and through this area that usually gets congested in the afternoon. We're going to maintain 1 travel lane in each direction through the construction project. And then, of course, since it's close to the TLC and the CKC and other bike lanes and stuff, so we have pedestrian and bicycle tours or detours planned for this. We do have work going on with our partnering agencies. I think we heard a little bit earlier also on the WashDOT interchange project, but also we are working with Sound Transit. With Sound Transit specifically, there's the 2 projects that are the main focus here. One is referred to as the 85th connection. That's a ped and bike connection that goes between 6th Street downtown or Kirkland Urban and the interchange roughly. So we're expecting a 90% cost level and 90% design level on that later this month, probably in about a week or so. And we'll come back with some more information on what we find with that 90% cost estimate. And then also the 3rd lane project, as it's referred to, that's the orange plus sign there. That one, we are currently advancing the design on that one. And in both cases, we're hopeful to get out to bid in a good construction window bidding climate, so before summertime, if possible. The big thing going on is the water main relocation. So the water main relocation, primarily 87th, it goes up to 116th from 114th. crosses under the freeway, and then as you can see, as the picture kind of turns south and goes back to 85th. There's quite a bit of work going on there. There is the installation of a pressure regulating and metering vault that's going in, so that we have some devices that we can kind of track and monitor the flow rates and pressures of those zones for the water system. And then also where they are right now is just west of 405. They're actually boring, pushing pipe under the freeway. Right now, they've got about 400 of the 600 feet span in place. And what that pipe is going to do is going to house the water main pipe that goes through. That water main pipe is going to be earthquake resilient pipe. And so they're almost done pushing that pipe underneath the freeway there. That earthquake water main pipe is expected to go through July, and that's when we'll have some more information about the final costs of that project. Funding opportunities, always pursuing grants. We actually have 32 active grants going on right now, thanks to the team partnering with the finance team. We have Jessica, who does a really great job providing those updates for council and for staff as well, to kind of keep us apprised of what all the grant opportunities are. In 2024, we've secured those 3 grants seen on the screen, 2 for complete streets. One is for the Safer Routes to School Transportation Benefit District project, and the other is for an NSP program, Neighborhood Services Program project, that $104,500. And then, of course, we team up with parks on quite a few projects, most every project. And the Everest Park Facility Project is one that we teamed up with them on. So we got that grant. Then we have a few pending grants as well. I guess maybe one of the bigger ones on the screen there is that city safety program that's on Lake Washington Boulevard near 58th. Has to do with a RFB crossing and refuge island and some other improvements to make safe crossing of Lake Washington Boulevard at that location. I won't necessarily hit the rest of them, but quite a few things in play. I do want to point out the very last one on the list there. So the very last one on the list does reference back to the Sound Transit Partnering Project. So that's that green, maybe I'll go back here. So if you look at the star or the green project on the screen there, we actually ended up pursuing a grant. We don't know the results of that. We'll probably learn it maybe in late third quarter, early fourth quarter of 2024 here. But we applied for a $2 million grant for that, just to make sure that the funding is in place for that project should we move it forward. This is my last slide here, and it's really an update on our capital improvement program. In 2021, we undertook an assessment for the program and of the group, our processes, our procedures, our staffing, organizational arrangement, really pretty detailed accompaniment. And out of that assessment came 24 recommended improvement things that we needed to do. So we've completed 22 of those 24. The 2 that still remain are circled there on the screen. The very first one is that software I mentioned earlier. So we actually went through a competitive process to look at the softwares on the market that help not only project management for capital improvements, but also the development. So we were able to partner with the finance team, looked at the softwares, and also IT as well, because implementing a software program is pretty intense. And when we did that, we actually landed on one that's called PM Web. So we are in contracting with them right now, and we're expecting to start the implementation of that software in June of this year with a lot of data transfer. You know, our project's a lot of money, a lot of schedules, a lot of information, a lot of audit compliance documents. Transferring that data into the software is going to take a little while. And that's why we see the time frame from June to December. The other thing is with that software, the recommendation was to have a business analyst to help implement that, and then also look at the data analytics and the business aspect of managing the projects. So we do have that position hired now as well. So making a lot of progress on that. Again, I think I mentioned Jessica earlier. Jessica's leading this as well. She's doing such a great job. And then the other thing is that we still have to get going in the third quarter of 2024. The last thing is what we're referring to as a setup project manager. That's one that's going to engage with not only community members, but internal stakeholders and owners of various assets, water system, storm system, sewer system, transportation, those kind of things. So that setup project manager is going to really be the continuity that kind of brings together not only the strategic direction of the development of projects, but also some of the finer details and audit requirements that we need to do to implement projects. And then lastly on the list here is that community engagement process. We have returning on the 20th of this month, one of our senior engagement people in Public Works, Rosalie. So we're going to be excited to welcome her back. And when we do that, we've already been meeting internally and talking about some strategies on what we can do for the engagement process. We actually leaned on Parks a little bit. Parks does such a great job with their community engagement. So we got some tips and tricks from them, and then we're going to kind of strategize how we're going to do that a little bit better.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, Rod. This is exciting. I just want to acknowledge to the community that we know that construction can be hard. There are a lot of challenges, and it's a good thing. It means that we are thriving. It means that we're able to invest in the community, and so it's really exciting to see all these projects happening. So thank you for the update on those. I hope that the community feels the same way and will appreciate all the, the increased safety, for example, with the, the implementation of the fire ballot measure and all the fire stations is a really great example of that. So thank you for that. I'm also really excited to see all the active transportation projects we're working on. You mentioned, I have some questions about it as well. You mentioned public engagement coming back with Rosalie joining us again. That's great. Yeah. And so I know that Council had some feedback on that when we were talking about implementation of the Safer Routes to School action plans and those types of things, that we would get input from those who were going to be using those investments in infrastructure. Is that what we're talking about? Like folks who generally, walk and bike and otherwise roll around the city, that we're going to be prioritizing their input on the nuances of design to make sure that it really meets the needs of our community?
Yeah, that's exactly right. That engagement with community. So it's just more than internal. It's understanding how the improvements get used as well.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that. Also excited to hear about the stuff near 85th Station area and the earthquake-proof pipes. I remember having that discussion a few years back, so happy to see that. Happy to see the 85th Connection project, I think you were talking about, that you are awaiting the results of an application for a $2 million grant for that. My question related to that is looking at the map for it. Yeah. It kind of ends right in the heart of downtown Kirkland, right where downtown Kirkland is starting. So what is our plan for Central Way west of 6th Street then? Is it just going to kind of stop, or are we wanting to coordinate so that we have similar levels of active transportation infrastructure so folks can, walk or bike or roll, all the way through into our downtown core, which will really help our businesses, help it be, help get to our parks, just have a more safe and enjoyable experience. Are we planning for that?
I know that working with transportation team, they do have plans for that, but I might have to phone a friend. Doug? So Doug McIntyre, transportation manager.
Good evening. Just to level set, can I clarify the question again?
Yes, sure. So I was excited to see the 85th Connection project, and it looks like it stops around, is that 6th Street there, right at Kirkland Urban. And my understanding, based on what, Rob, what you were sharing, is that that'll be active transportation infrastructure, right? So we'll have really enjoyable and safe infrastructure for folks to walk, bike, and roll. But that kind of brings them right to the edge of our downtown. And then what are our plans for Central Way, west of 6th Street there, through our downtown core, to help make improvements to have it be some consistency there? Are we trying to line that up?
Yeah, I do think overall that is part of the vision. We do want to build out a fully connected bicycle network. Further west of that intersection, as you go along Central, there will be some pavement preservation work going on. I believe 2025, and so. There's a lot of moving parts to that whole project, and that's kind of something that we have some conversations internally going on about how to make better connections. I think ultimately we have to balance priorities in terms of the desire for parking as well as pedestrian and bicycle facilities. So I think at the staff level, we are having those conversations and looking at some broader studies that we can do, including, for instance, under the TSP work, we are identifying some actions for future work on a curb management plan. And I think that will help us understand kind of the intersection of parking needs and pedestrian facilities. And so I think it's kind of at that level at this point.
Great, thank you. And will those staff recommendations coming out of that discussion come before council before that pavement improvement actually happens next year, so we can have that prioritization, or is that?
I think ultimately through the, likely in this case, through the curb management plan, I think that engagement will be probably more likely. But I maybe turn it over to Rod for the question on the actual paving preservation project.
I think are you saying the striping discussion would have to happen with the discussion about the parking? So the paving still creates the opportunity if you decide whether you want to have a bike lane, but for the council to get a bike lane all the way up there, you'd have to talk about whether you want to remove most of the parking on the south side going up, right? So at the moment, the parking conversation is intended to be one of the conversations we have a little bit separate from that paving project. But the paving project, we're not widening the street, but we would have the capacity if the council removed the parking, which is what we need to come back and talk to you about.
Okay, what is the timing of that, I guess is my question then?
Of the study, yeah. So as I mentioned, it's part of our transportation strategic plan umbrella, and so under that we are looking at action items to implement after that is adopted. So the earliest we would get started would be 2025. We're planning for TSP adoption later this year. I did want to say, Kurt hit the nail on the head in that summary. There are also development projects that happen, and that's another way that we can look at.
Great, thank you. I appreciate you answering those questions. The one last thing I had is on the 100th Avenue. I'm, happy to see obviously the surface water and utility work that's happening there, and I know we discussed the hot crossing there, so I'm glad we're prioritizing pedestrian safety. At the same time, I recognize that it's too late and perhaps a little bit unfair, but in my opinion, I think this is an example of what we don't want to see in our city, is like larger, really wide roads that are unsafe for active transportation for folks who are walking and biking. So I know that decision was made years ago, and I understand why we're moving forward with that. And it just doesn't align with my understanding of our Vision Zero and active transportation goals. So I just wanted to highlight that. But as a whole, all these projects, I am really proud and really excited that we're working on all this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Rod, and to the team. I know you all are working hard, and it shows with all the different projects going on in the city. A couple thoughts. You didn't say anything about 132nd interchange. I know it's a WashDOT project, but we have put money towards it, and particularly the pedestrian crossings. And for those that don't know, it's open.
Yes.
I had to check it out on the first day that it opened last week. So it was pretty cool. At least that's my opinion. On the Scramble project, Lake Street, could you talk a little bit more, just kind of what expectations around closures after the reopening? So what would that look like? Would it look like, is all the fencing still going to be there? Would that be taken down during the partial closures, or do you know?
Well, the sequence was going to go corner by corner.
Okay.
And there might be some overlap as demolition work is coordinated with concrete work, or if there's some utilities that we find underneath those sidewalks that have to be addressed. But the envision was to go corner by corner so that the other corners would remain open. As far as the fencing, I think it's as much as a safety thing, if anything, and they are going to have to take the fence out to do some of the demolition and reconstruction work. As far as if demo happens and they keep the fence in place, I'm not 100% sure on what their strategy is for doing that.
Yeah, just one of those questions where I know I get this from folks is, on weekends, they're not doing anything, so it's nice to be able to utilize the intersection wherever possible. So hopefully they're thinking about that. On the Juanita Drive, there is no provision for bicyclists right now. They have to basically share the lane with the vehicles during construction, and it's a very popular bicycle route. I'm surprised about the number of people that still choose that to bicycle. I mean, there was a heavy volume this weekend of bicyclists using it, but I don't recall seeing signs or anything to tell bicyclists to, maybe that's not a great idea. Do we have those?
If not, we can get those signs. Yeah.
I think a lot of them, don't necessarily live in Kirkland. They're doing the around the lake ride, and I mean, it was a pretty substantial number over the weekend. So it'd be nice to be able to make sure they know about it, because I'm sure doesn't feel good for them either.
Right.
And then the last question is, you didn't talk about the East Rail or CKC crossing on Slater. Are you still thinking that would go to construction this year, or?
I think it's going to be, I'm trying to remember now exactly what the latest on that is. I think the construction's probably going to end up being next year. The good news is we're able to successfully move $1.086 million in grant funding from a previous project to that project. So that's been approved. And that completes the funding gap for that project. So that was a main focus. And then we're also coordinating with North Shore Utility as well as Puget Sound Energy, who are interested in doing improvements in that section as well. So,
great. Well, thanks for the update.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well done.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Well, it's always good to see you guys, so really appreciate the time, and we'll see you again soon.
Thanks, Rod.
Okay.
All right, we are going to move to consent. Before we have a motion, I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor to present the audit of accounts and to highlight the proclamations we have on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $5,738,677. We had bills in the amount of $11,176,984.41. And large bills include invoices for waste management, Cascade Water, King County Sewer, and several capital projects. As the mayor noted on the consent calendar tonight, the mayor on behalf of the City Council is making several proclamations for May. The city proclaims May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. The community is encouraged to learn about those of Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander heritage, and to celebrate this month with appropriate programs and activities. The city proclaims May as Jewish American Heritage Month. The city encourages our community members to celebrate and honor Jewish American Heritage Month by attending a cultural event, visiting a museum or historical site, or other activity to learn about Jewish American contributions to American society. The city proclaims May as Building Safety Month. Staff will be highlighting the importance of building safety through social media posts throughout the month. The city proclaims May 13th through 17th as Affordable Housing Week to celebrate staff is continuing its earnest work on the comprehensive plan, housing element updates, among other initiatives. And finally, the city proclaims May 18th through 24th as Safe Boating and Paddling Week. Now in its 67th year and sponsored by the U.S. Coast Guard, the intent of National Safe Boating Week is to bring attention to important life-saving practices for recreational boaters through basic safety procedures, carrying life-saving emergency distress and communications equipment, wearing life jackets, attending safe boating courses, participating in free boat safety checks, and staying sober while operating a boat. Through these, we can help ensure boaters stay safe throughout the season. Wearing life jackets is also one of the most important safety measures anyone paddling a kayak, canoe, or paddleboard can take for themselves and their families. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I see that we perhaps have someone in the audience here for Safe Boating Month. So thank you for joining us this evening. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Black. Any discussion? Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to remove item 8E1, the annual striping program.
Is there a second on that motion?
I think there is a.
Doesn't
We'll have
require a
to?
second.
Awesome. Okay, we'll move that to 9D in our business. It has been, okay, help me, guys. I needed a break. It's been moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Black, to approve the consent calendar with the removal of 8E1. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent calendar is approved 7-0. We are now moving to our business agenda. Item 9A, sustainability fiscal note. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I have a short presentation on this. This was a request of the council to bring back a fiscal note for council discussion and potential approval. Here to give you a brief update on the program and the fiscal note itself is George Dugdale, our financial planning manager.
Thank you, George.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor, council members. So I have a very short presentation, just 5 slides for you this evening on the Sustainable Neighborhoods Ambassador Program, the SNAP program. This is a follow-up from an April 2nd council discussion, which was originally introduced by Councilmember Falcone for the council's consideration of this fiscal note. So not just turn my slides over. Okay, great. So to start with the recommendation, at the end of this presentation, Council will be acting on approving a fiscal note authorizing the use of $20,000 from the Council Special Projects Reserve to continue funding this the SNAP program. So this is the Council action this evening. This will be a one-time funding for 2024, and as was discussed at the April 2nd Council meeting, ongoing funding of this program would be considered as part of the regular 25-26 budget process. Okay. As some background to this, the SNAP program back in 2022, Council actually approved a one-time fiscal note of $16,000 or just over $16,000 to fund a pilot of the SNAP program, which placed high school interns to work on 3 targets in the city sustainability strategic plan. Those are shown on this slide: the heat pump campaign, solar potential campaign, and the bike campaign. This ran through the spring of 2023. The current proposal would identify a suite of deliverables for this program in 2024. So in their request, SNAP have identified a scope of work which includes recruitment of high school interns, training, and implementation. At this point, there's not specific information about which part of the sustainability master plan, sustainability plan the interns would be working on, but the model of recruiting high school interns to help deliver on the city's sustainability goals remains the focus. We also don't have detail from SNAP on exactly how the $20,000 would be broken up, but this table here, which was also in the council's memo, shows a similar request in 2023 for the city of Issaquah, who granted $15,000, and it was broken up between the interns, some management, and a small portion for administration. So this is my final slide this evening. Approval of this request would leave a remaining balance of just over $80,000, $81,000 in the 2023-24 Council Special Projects Reserve. As I mentioned earlier, ongoing support for the program into 2025 would be considered as part of the regular budget process later in the year. I do also, just before I finish, want to draw your attention to the final bullet point there. So in the memo, staff suggested that this request be considered for action independently of the policy discussion that was held at today's study session. This is due to the timing of the request that was made and the conversation earlier. Obviously, that's completely at Council's discretion, but that's where we are, is a recommendation to approve this $20,000 fiscal note.
Great, thank you. Any questions, discussion? Councilmember Sweet.
I want to put a motion forward to go ahead and approve this
$20,000 for the special projects, out of the special projects reserve for, thank you, Sustainability Ambassador continuation.
Second?
It has been moved by Councilmember Sweet, second by Councilmember Falcone to approve the $20,000 fiscal note for Sustainability Ambassadors Neighborhood Program. Any discussion? Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess, thank you for the presentation and for bringing this forward. And what I would like to talk about is just making sure that in connection with this program, if it's funded by the council, that I guess maybe a question for the city manager or a direction of the city manager to make sure that we do have some kind of performance indicators in place. As George was mentioning, you know, there's still some questions about which goals from the Sustainability Master Plan. There's, you know, some missing detail that we still have. And I just want to make sure that, you know, when we fund these type of projects, that it's clear that there are performance standards in place that we can measure the success of the program and whether it's delivering the community benefit that it needs to. And that's sort of the community, the broader community, and really the overarching goal of climate action, you know, climate response to climate change. So, city manager, do you have any reaction to that? Is that going to be part of?
Yeah, no, that's
the next steps is making sure that the details are fleshed out and there are performance indicators put in place?
That's very straightforward to do from our end. Since we have their original letter, we can turn that into a small scope of work with, you know, some deliverables that we do before we execute the agreement to pay the money.
Okay.
So we're happy to do that.
And I think that would be useful because it's going to also lead to the discussion in the 25-26 budget. So that becomes the sort of the groundwork for that future work. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was waiting. I wanted to hear everybody's comments before I spoke. There's not a lot of discussion tonight on this. I support Councilmember Black's comments on this. I had similar comments about performance metrics, but also balancing that and making sure that it's not so much of a burden that they're spending like a significant portion of that, of the time and money and resources in collecting the data and reporting on that. So I just want us to be mindful of that and try to strike that balance where they're being accountable and also not burdensome. Wanted to add to that that I'd really like to see more of a focus on equity and on environmental justice in the work that they do. And so in evaluating, at least my thinking was in evaluating their budget ask for the biennium, that we would include that as part of it. I will certainly have expectations of them that they would include that as part of their ask and their plan for what they plan to do with the funding that they are requesting. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to add that I want a little more information when they report back to us on demographics of their outreach and demographics of the interns that participate. And when I read the memo, there was a lot of assumption of staff support, and that concerns me a little bit on how what we're required to do to support them and if that takes away from other projects. So I would like to look closely at this. And, you know, I'm not going to punish them because we had this earlier conversation about what our special projects reserve is for. I will be voting in favor of this motion, but to me, this is an example of why we need to be thoughtful about what we use our reserve budget for. So it has been moved by Councilmember Sweet, second by Councilmember Falcone to move forward with this $20,000 fiscal note for sustainability ambassadors. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, George. All right, we are now to 9B. Consider adoption of 2024 miscellaneous code amendments. City manager.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. We are going to be walking you through This business zone code amendments, we're looking for action. Here to give you the presentation is our Planning and Building Deputy Director Allison Zeich and our Planning Supervisor Denise Russell.
Hi, thank you, Kurt. Good evening, Mayor Curtis, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and council members. My name is Denise Russell, and I'm a planning supervisor in the Planning and Building Department, and I'm here with our Deputy Director Allison Zeich and also Director Adam Weinstein to present our 2024 miscellaneous code amendment package. We have 9 slides for you, and about halfway through, I'll hand it back over to Allison to finish up. So as a reminder of what this effort entails, we keep an ongoing list of items in the zoning code and the municipal code that need small fixes or edits for consistency and try to bring a package forward every year. We usually find these items as we're using the code and digging into specific sections where the language may be confusing to the user or there are mistakes or references to old code sections that have since been changed or removed. And then with these amendments, we also try to maintain consistency with other regulations and with policy direction from council. This year, we have quite a large number of amendments. So to keep them organized, we'll describe them in 3 different categories. The first one is the consistency and error corrections. There are 15 amendments proposed to make minor corrections in the code. Many of them are references to obsolete code sections, and there are a few within the station area form-based code. For example, we forgot to include a sign category for use in the urban flex district and inadvertently left retail storage facilities off the list of prohibited uses within the station area zones where they were already, in fact, prohibited. And then there are 17 amendments in the second bucket categorized as clarifications. These are minor amendments that make the code easier to read and clarify how we already apply the code. And these often come from our planners or from applicants requesting less ambiguity and a better reflection of past interpretations so that there's less guesswork involved when designing projects. And you'll see in your packet that there are a few clarifications of how we define terms and correction of confusing subsection references. And we will note that several of these clarifications are to the tree code. And as a courtesy, we did provide notice of these clarifications to MBACs prior to the Planning Commission public hearing. And then the final category is minor code updates, and these are slight changes in how the code is applied based on policy direction. So we'll go through these in a bit more detail now. And the first one we have for you is number 15 in the staff memo. This is a change to the vegetative buffer standards in the critical wetland and stream areas, specifically for parks projects. With this change, a project constructing public facilities in a city park will only need to meet a 1-to-1 ratio, meaning that the total square footage of new vegetative buffer must match the total of square footage added of impervious surface. So without this provision, if a project was adding more than 1,000 square feet of new net impervious area on a property, for example, a new restroom or a picnic shelter, the entire buffer area on the whole property would need to meet the vegetative buffer standards. And most of our parks already meet the standards through our proactive restoration projects or have huge amounts of buffer area within the park. So this change will help reduce the required restoration to a more appropriate scale based on the work proposed and therefore reduce costs to the city. The next one is number 26 in the memo, and it's a change in the parking standards within the central business districts 1A, 1B, 2, and 8 zones, which are generally located from 3rd Street west to the marina. And how this came about is we sometimes have new tenants come in that may have higher parking requirements than previous tenants, and we require additional parking spaces to be accommodated on site. However, there's generally not enough room on site for those new spaces, and this has really been a hindrance to new businesses taking up vacancies in the central business district because they're having to go and find those 1 or 2 additional spaces elsewhere and sign shared parking agreements. So we know based on the data from the downtown parking study that there really is ample public parking in the area, so those additional required spaces being identified off-site from a new use are not going to be consequential. And this amendment will make it so that new tenants in existing buildings who are not increasing the building square footage would not need to provide new on-site spaces. And I'll hand it over to Allison to finish up.
So the next one that we're going over that is a bit of a change in policy implementation is our allowed duration for city permitted homeless encampments. And so this is already something that we allow through permitting in the city with certain performance standards being reviewed by staff and then met. So we do issue these permits. We actually have some of our neighbors experiencing homelessness stay across the street from City Hall most years for a few months. And that actually gave us a good case study this year to realize when they were experiencing a bit of a gap in where they were moving to after their allowed duration expired here. There was a bit of a gap until they could move to their next location. And it helped us realize that we didn't actually have a provision in the code that would allow us to recognize the kind of unique situation and grant them an extension to their permit. And so I'm going to go to the next slide that shows the actual language because I thought you might be interested in seeing it. What this code amendment would do is grant the planning and building director the discretion to grant an extension to those permitted homeless encampments. So this would be for encampments or locations that we've already approved, and it would give us an opportunity to review and consider granting them an extension if it's deemed necessary. Just a couple more slides. Wanted to note that there are a couple proposed amendments from the attachment or Exhibit A in Ordinance 04876, so that's the zoning code amendments. Councilmember Black did help us see and realize a Scrivener's revision, and so we are proposing to make the highlighted changes that you see on the screen for item number 28. Those are just Scrivener's errors, so the highlighted that should not be struck. It is struck in the packet version. And then that semicolon should be struck. And so that is a staff proposed amendment if council does choose to adopt this ordinance tonight. The second is another one that we heard about through Councilmember Black, and that is a clarification in Chapter 95, our tree code, to clarify permitted removals of hedge trees. And so that would strike the subsection you see on the screen here and add a new subsection C to KZC 95.25.3. Staff has prepared an amended Exhibit A to the ordinance. With that, staff does recommend that council approve Ordinance 4876 with the proposed amendments shown on the previous two slides, and Ordinance 4877 for the KMC amendments as drafted and in your packet.
Thank you. Council. Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thank you. The temporary use under KMZ 127.30, this is for temporary use homeless encampments? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are you asking for a motion to approve all these at once? Because I'd like to separate this one out.
I am asking for a motion to approve all of these at once.
I would suggest we separate this one out, if anybody.
City Manager, you want to help me on that?
Yeah, so you need to move the document in front of you, and then you need to make an amendment to pull this amendment out, because this particular one is already included in the text that you have in front of you.
Would you like to talk about?
I mean, so let me ask some questions then. Miscellaneous code amendments are generally small fixes for consistency. This miscellaneous code amendment appears to give a lot of discretion to staff to extend a temporary homeless encampment by a significant amount of time of up to 92 more days. It doesn't strike me as a small fix, and it strikes me as a very timely conversation because we are having a discussion on homelessness and perhaps something that should be part of our greater discussion on homelessness when we have a community conversation about that. And it does not strike me as a miscellaneous code amendment or a small fix for consistency. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Just a quick clarification that maybe, I don't know if we probably don't have it at our fingertips, but in order to have this, you actually have to go through a permit application process that actually does require a host of information, including that you have a place to go to next. You have to comply with a series of things that the council's done. So this doesn't just allow for homeless encampments to come in out of Kirkland. It would only be an extension of one that had already met all our previous permit requirements and limitations. So I don't know if that's helpful, but that's the intent here, is just if they ever run into that deadline, and for example, what we had is the next place fell through and they needed some time. We don't have any current ability to say, okay, we can let you stay there for a couple weeks while we get you to the next place. So So it's
Okay.
not a complete blank slate. It's within the permit process we currently have.
And are you able to grant a 2-week extension or a 30-day extension as you see fit?
Basically with the, providing a reason for it to happen, yes, it does give the building official the discretion to do that.
One more question. Is your intention that this is a one-time only?
You mean for the individual example of an encampment, or?
No, the extension of 92 more days, is this a one-time only extension, or after the first extension of 92 days, can they do another?
It's our intent that it would just be one extension. And then in that time frame, hopefully soon thereafter, they'd have another location that they would go to.
Well, I would ask that be clarified. If you think it needs clarification, maybe it doesn't. I'm trying to read that one more time.
Yeah, Councilmember Tim Chizen, I just point you to 2B3, which is where we tried to write in that the extension would be no more than 92 days beyond the original approved duration.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
A couple of questions. First, Allison, I appreciate the summary on the slide deck with the items that are kind of the minor policy amendments that go beyond the housekeeping and consistency sort of thing. So it's good that we're seeing those. All of these, have they gone through a public hearing through the Planning Commission and an opportunity for community feedback, including the 4 minor ones that we see here?
That is correct. So all but that new proposed item that we're adding as a proposed
From
amendment.
Councilmember Black.
Correct. So all of those did go through a Planning Commission public hearing. We did not hear from any members of the public at that public hearing. We did distribute this to our miscellaneous code amendments listserv that has, I think, a little over 1,200 subscriptions on it.
And the recommendation for the Planning Commission was without any concerns about the particular extension of the homeless encampments?
It was a unanimous recommendation as staff had drafted it and as you see it in front of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I will entertain a motion.
I will make a motion to adopt all of the miscellaneous code amendments as drafted.
Second. Okay. It has been moved by Councilmember Tim Chisholm to approve ordinance 4876 related to zoning land use and amending the city zoning code. Second by Councilmember Falcone. I just want to be clear, this is an amended ordinance, so how do I need to say that?
I think you just want to say moved and seconded to approve ordinance 4876 with the proposed amendment to the subsection.
As amended, okay.
As amended.
Okay, so we will be taking a vote on ordinance 4876 as amended. City Clerk?
Councilmember Tim Chizen,
Yes.
Councilmember Black,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet. Yes. Councilmember Falcone,
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold,
Yes.
Mayor Curtis.
Yes, the ordinance passes 7-0. We now have another ordinance under consideration, ordinance 4877. Councilmember Black.
Madam Mayor, I'll move adoption of ordinance 4877.
It's been moved by Councilmember Black, second by Councilmember Sweet to approve ordinance 4877. City Clerk?
Councilmember Tim Chizen,
Yes.
Councilmember Black,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone,
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold,
Yes.
Mayor Curtis.
Yes, the ordinance passes 7-0. Thank you, Allison.
Thank you.
We're going to take a break. We will be back at 9:20. All right, we are back. Oops, we're not. Oh, thank you. We are back from our short break, and we are now on business item 9C, Kirkland support of King County Metro Transit Rapid Ride K-Line. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we want to accomplish two things tonight. One, I want to talk to you about the process by which the city will be supporting King County Metro and it's going after the K-line federal grants, and then also to ask for your action tonight on one of those indicators of support. And so apparently it's Kimberly Scrivener here as a senior planner is going to give the presentation.
Thank you, City Manager. Mayor Curtis, Council, good evening. I am here to talk about the next steps to the Rapid Ride K-Line, which is the selecting of the locally preferred alternative. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but just a quick overview about what K-Line is. It's Metro's highest degree of, or highest quality of service that they offer. Frequent and reliable. They do a lot of station and bus stop improvements, access through both doors, longer coaches. And then we have been talking quite a bit about the speed and reliability and access projects. And so we're very excited to have K-Line to come to town. This slide shows you the alignment. Essentially, what this is saying, the details are in your packet. Essentially, in 2019 and 2020, the early stages of the planning effort, Metro worked with the community and with Kirkland and Bellevue to choose the alignment. There are a couple smaller alignment decisions that are still being made, but essentially that was the big part of that planning work before it was paused during the pandemic. And we've worked very hard and with Bellevue to, and worked with King County to get this back going. And now it's budgeted in the current budget cycle, 2023-2024, to get to 10% design, slated for a 2030 delivery. So the next stage for Metro at this point is to get to a locally preferred alternative. And what that'll do is it gets the project ready to be able to apply for a small starts program. And so under FTA, the projects they do have to work with FTA to, during the project development phase, and actually get approval. FTA, what they do is they make sure the transit agency has enough funds to build the project, because the Small Starts is a capital program, and so they look at the budget and make sure that they can that they're equipped for service hours and to purchase the buses and that type of thing. They are also going after PSRC money this round for additional design money. And so what they're doing right now is working towards getting that locally preferred alternative. And what that'll do is it'll make the K-Line an actual project. So for example, when the pandemic hit, there were two other rapid ride lines that Metro had mentioned that were kind of farther along, quote unquote, farther along. And what that really meant was that they had a locally preferred alternative. They were official projects, and Metro wasn't able to back out of them. Those remained in the budget and funded because they were committed to it at that time. And so that's the significance of the locally preferred alternative for this. So it's exciting to get to this stage. What Metro is doing leading up to the LPA is they've asked us, Kirkland, to provide some documentation on for several of topic areas that we're looking at. So speed and reliability, access to transit stop locations, design elements, and then, as we're going to talk about tonight, the north end route alignment. What we would like to do is bring you all along, make sure that you're aware. And for most of these topics, it is the staff recommendation that we bring this to your consent agenda. Provide you the information, and then if there's something that you want to talk about more, we can always talk about that more. But we are trying to keep the momentum with Metro. The key takeaway from this slide, I know there's a lot here, is that Metro is trying to get to the locally preferred alternative by the end of this year. so that they can bring that locally preferred alternative to the King County Council, and that'll set up the getting the project ready for 30% design, for environmental, and that small start grant application. And so their timing is tight. So that is one reason why we would like to bring some of these to the consent agenda, but we do plan on talking about some of the topics if we feel that council's feedback is necessary. So before I talk about the North End alignment, I just want to pause here and ask if that is a process that you would support.
Looks like everybody's happy.
Great. Okay, I'm going to move on. So our first record of support request, Metro is calling them record of decision. We felt decision was a little, a word that we didn't quite want to use at this stage, particularly at 10% design, so a record of support. This one is for the alignment through the village at Totem Lake on 120th Avenue Northeast. So essentially, Metro removed transit off of this corridor because it is tight, mostly due to the way that people are parking. We have been working closely with Metro. We've been in communication with Center Cal on how we make some modifications to 120th Avenue to bring service back to this corridor. Right now, because there's no westbound left turn on a Totem Lake Boulevard, without a turn lane, there is the reroute is pretty circuitous. Takes a lot of extra time, but this gives an example of the challenge. The street itself is wide enough. They're 11-foot lanes, but that would be 11 feet from the white line to the yellow line. But when people are parking like this was taken during a 2-hour time period on a Wednesday, and there are some challenges for people that are parking. They perceive the change in the pavement color as an indicator of where they should park, and then also there's no curbing, and so on the passenger side, they're getting close to the landscape strip. And so what we propose is to make some modifications to the landscape buffer, provide a little bit of curbing where there's the actual landscape parked, and then some tactile strips, essentially creating more space for essentially deepening the parking pockets, and then striping out in the taper zone. People still try to fit their car where it tapers, and so and then in addition to that, the K-line coaches are longer. They're 60-foot coaches. A lot of the station dimensions are about 50 feet. The benefit of the K-line, as I mentioned earlier, in terms of some benefits to loading is for rapid ride, they allow passengers to load and unload at both doors. It makes it efficient, quicker, but you need that extra space. And so that could impact some parking spaces. So we're looking, in total, 10 is probably pretty generous, but there will be some parking that is impacted. And so that's the reason why we wanted to bring this to you as opposed to being on this consent agenda. And so with your support, we will respond to Metro, agreeing that the alignment we prefer is on 120th Avenue. We will be continuing to work with Metro on the pinch points, and it could impact some parking stalls.
Is that it?
And that's it.
Thank you. Any questions? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Kimberly. I was confused on the pictures in the memo description here about what's going to happen for width. Can you go into a little more detail of what you meant by the 1 foot of existing truncated domes and the curb changes to say how we're going to make more room?
Sure. So it's a little hard to see in the image. There's a darker gray stripe next to that red and yellow in the drawing on the picture. And that indicates where the current spacing is at. So that would be where the current landscape strip and sidewalk sticks out that far. And so there's an extra, we're moving that over and then adding that extra space with a tactile strip. I think in the image it's called a truncated dome, but it's more of a tactile strip. And then the curbing would be more of an extruded curb type of, but we would be kind of pushing that space closer to into the sidewalk area, but mostly into the landscape strip.
And how much width we would be creating through these modifications?
I do not have that number on hand.
Okay. And I'm not sure that we need to get into that detail moving forward, but helpful understanding what that would look like when we get to more of a design. But from here, we're just saying we can make these modifications to get rapid ride through this corridor at the village, correct?
Yes, and it would, the record of support would specify that we would continue to coordinate, and so it's a kind of an ongoing process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thanks, Kimberly, for the presentation. So I think we all agree that we want to see buses back on 120th right away, and it doesn't need to wait. We don't have to wait for the K line, right? And so, yeah, it's unfortunate we have this situation, but definitely support moving forward with this, you know, as quickly as we can do it. The one thing that I would add, and I do pay particular attention when I'm out there now, and I'm genuinely frustrated by people's behavior because I was just out there this weekend. I mean, it was ridiculous. The cars were, it wasn't just over the line. They had their entire rear ends of the vehicles out in the travel lane. I mean, it was multiple vehicles at the same time. I mean, it was certainly slowing down traffic, so that was good in that respect, slowing speeds, but the buses would never be able to get through there. I think we're gonna, even with these fixes, we really, really need to use our parking enforcement folks to be out there, particularly on weekends, those crowded times when, you know, it is kind of, there's a lot going on. If we could, I'd really encourage us. Thank you.
And I did pass that feedback on to the chief, so she's going to look into that and see what we have done and then what else we might be able to do there.
Thank you. Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Kimberly. Two quick comments. One, well, comment and a question. You know, we're talking a little bit about driver behavior, and I was just wanted. I think some of these changes that are being proposed are to sort of help encourage the appropriate behavior. One of the things you mentioned is that the light concrete drainage swale. That's what a drainage swale is, anyway. That came up in one of our. I wanted. Who's paying me $5 for saying drainage swale during today's? Is there, since that is sort of a visible, you know, signal to people parking their vehicles that they can be in that space, but we don't really want them in the space. I just don't know if there's things we can think about when we get a little bit closer to actually designing to sort of signal to people proper behavior to get their cars all the way over against the curb. Just curbs alone, though, I think that's what we're saying is like just having curbs alone it'll signal to people to get their cars over against the curb. So I appreciate that. I'm going to put you on the spot, but I also know you can handle it.
I can handle it.
So we did get a comment earlier this week or maybe last week about extending the K line further north, and it suggested maybe that even as part of this conversation, we were going to be proposing, you know, improvements to the K line to extend it even farther north. I'm putting you on the spot here, but that's not on the table right now with respect to Metro. Can you just address that?
Sure. And Metro did address that when their general manager and leadership came out to talk with us. And their answer was that extending the line and really dramatically changing the alignment, they would essentially have to kind of start the planning process over. That was a decision that was made a couple of years ago. And when during the planning phase. And so now all of the effort is to get to 10% design, and then we're getting close and working on all of those things. And so they, in between that time, what they did is they put together the Rapid Restart report, a ton of research and analysis into speed and reliability and lots and lots and lots of numbers. And so that, according to Metro, unless we want to start over, that would likely be a no.
Okay, so suffice to say, no trivial matter to say, hey, we should extend this further into areas of northern Kirkland, which, I'm sympathetic because we have areas in North Kirkland that aren't well served by transit. But the solution is not to open up the alignment question now and try to advocate for extending it further north.
Yep, and
Okay.
I do recall seeing that comment, and to get up to the Brickyard, the most direct route would be on 405 anyway, and that would duplicate the Sound Transit BRT, which would be opening up 2 years earlier anyway. And the Sound Transit stride would be within walking distance of the Totem Lake Transit Center. A little bit of a kind of a long walk, but there are other opportunities on that using the stride, and this particular comment was about the Brickyard. People can take the stride BRT and connect to Bellevue Light Rail and those types of things as well.
Thank you. Anyone else? I would love a motion that, so the city manager can send a statement of support to the Metro K-Line team.
So moved?
Deputy Mayor, you got to yell it if you want to get it.
Yeah, that's fine. I just had the language in front of me, but we know what the intention is.
Okay. Councilor Tim Chisholm?
Thank you. Just quick discussion. The K line stops at 116th and doesn't go farther north than 116th. Is that correct? About there.
Let's see, where are you talking about? There's a lot of 116s here. Okay. Well, to go to are you talking about the north end alignment?
Okay, you can move forward with the motion.
116th is on the side of the highway, and so it wouldn't cross 405.
Okay.
Was that your question?
Yes, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, the question's on the motion to allow the city manager to send to Metro K-Line team a statement of city support for the proposed 120th Avenue Totem Lake alignment. Moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Sweet. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And now we are on to item 9D, the annual striping program 2024 project.
Okay, so thank you, Member. So we obviously don't have a presentation for this as it was a consent item, but we do have staff here to answer questions.
Who are we putting in the hot seat at the podium?
We don't need,
Okay.
don't need anyone in the hot seat.
I was teasing Rod. Sit down. Councilmember Pascal. I know.
Well,
I would have loved if they all ran up, but go ahead. Councilmember Pascal.
thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for indulging me on this. This isn't the first time I pulled the striping off the consent, just for those who haven't been here the full 8 years I've been here. So this is obviously an important maintenance item for our streets and roadways, and our needs for striping and retouching our paint continue to grow, especially as we add more features and designs to our transportation system. And I just want to say that I thought the level of detail in this was great, and definitely appreciate all the work and the focus on retouching crosswalks, bicycle lanes, especially refreshing some of the speed humps. I know that was something I've brought up in years past, and it's definitely part of this program. I did receive some comments from residents on Finn Hill about concerns about adding the center lanes along 90th Avenue. There are no yellow center lanes from Northeast 134th, essentially north to 145th. And so the concerns that were raised that it makes the street feel more like an arterial rather than a neighborhood collector. It reinforces that it's a street for vehicles rather than other users. And I shared a Strong Towns article on this subject with staff that where they were advocating for agencies to avoid adding center lines to lower volume streets for that reason. And that's a street that we've identified as a bicycle route, as a future neighborhood greenway. So just a little concern that our past striping practices might not be keeping up with our policies around Vision Zero goals. I did ask transportation staff for their thoughts, and Doug was great in kind of summarizing their opinion that the center line would actually narrow the lanes and reduce vehicle speeds. And then, on top of that, I did raise and talk about a subject on Friday at our joint meeting with the Planning Commission, where we can use where I'd like to see us to use our striping program and our overlay programs as opportunities to implement active transportation projects, traffic calming projects, and things like that have been identified in our existing plans. So I definitely want us to be thinking about that and encourage us to think about that as part of the Transportation Strategic Plan update. But I guess what I'd ask is, I think this would be a great exercise to monitor speeds along that corridor once this is in place to see if that's indeed true, because I'd love to stand corrected on that. But if not, then I think that could help inform a change in our practices, perhaps. So that's the reason why I wanted to raise this issue. Other than that, I'm ready to move this. I just wanted to make sure we had that.
Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I didn't have comments prepared, but given that Councilmember Pascal mentioned the discussion on Friday about automatically triggering any sort of active transportation infrastructure improvements along roadways where we are repaving, I would like us to take a look at policy and have direction, as I discussed on Friday in our comp plan, to take that a step further and have that be our default, that our policy is that whenever we're doing any roadway improvements, that we're automatically executing any plans, anything that's in our plans for active transportation, both protected bike lanes and sidewalks, and that if we're not going to do that, that's something that comes back before council. I'd like to see us explore that. That's a model that other cities have implemented, and we're seeing some success in other parts of the country, and so I'd like to see us explore that as well. Thank you.
Would you like to?
I'll make a motion to award the construction contract for the annual striping program to Specialized Pavement Marking, and approve the fiscal note to authorize the use of $812,000 from the neighborhood traffic control funds and the Safe Routes to School funds.
Thank you. All right, so it has been moved by Councilmember Pascal, second by Councilmember Falcone, to approve the move forward the annual striping program 2024 project award contract. Councilmember Black, sorry.
No. I just wanted to make sure with staff, I think everything's copacetic, but since Councilmember Pascal mentioned specific funds, and I just had in my notes a couple other additional funds, I just want to make sure our motion isn't too narrow and we haven't missed something in our motion when we're citing specific funds attached to the fiscal note.
I just read what was in the memo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no,
I don't know why
thank
my
you.
notes.
The fiscal note itself, by approving that, you make the move in all the funds. So that.
Okay. I don't know why in my notes I had notes on some other funds that were involved, but that might have been my mistake. I just want to get clarification. Thanks.
Thank you for asking.
Okay, so the question is on moving forward on the annual striping award contract. Moved by Councilmember Pascal, second by Councilmember Falcone. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. We are now to our second items of the audience. Maybe for the last time. We're all going to look at you, Jessica, so be prepared. Since this is the rest of our meeting has concluded before 10, this is additional time for council to hear from the public. Is there any member of the public who wishes to address the council? If so, please sign up either using the QR code posted in chambers. I'm going to. It might be my last time. The online comment instruction link, or by dialing *9 if participating by phone. And we have no one coming forward. So we are moving to exec session to discuss.
Point of order. Are we doing regional reports and calendar
Oh, God, I was just ready to go. Okay. You're right. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll start with you.
Thank you. A couple of quick things to report. The King County Cities Climate Collaboration had the outreach committee meeting. We were talking about how we're going to follow up from the legislative session and discuss the agenda for the elected officials work session coming up. The thing that came up during the discussion, because I know this was relevant to some other things that we've had on the council, is having a summary of the impacts of the Climate Commitment Act and have that be part of the next K4C elected officials gathering. The PSRC Executive Board had a presentation where the governor's office did a fact-based summary of the impacts of it, and some state legislators spoke about that. That was very powerful, and I'd like to have more people have the opportunity to see that or something similar. So stay tuned for that moving forward. The mayor and I met with the chair and vice chair of the Everest neighborhood, and we have on Thursday the Central Houghton neighborhood, which will complete our cycle of all the neighborhood associations. And we'll talk at the next meeting of some of the common themes. We talked a little bit at the retreat, but on what's going on there. Finally, today I met with folks from the state auditor's office. They're doing their kickoff of their annual audit. This kickoff is something that any council member can go to and express concerns or questions for the auditor. The auditors have a standard list of things of whether, as a council member, have observed anything or have any concerns. The one thing that's going to be different about this audit is that there will not be the performance piece of the audit. For staffing reasons, they're not doing it this year. Part of that may be, or part of that is also impacted in a lighthearted comment on Kirkland stealing staff from the auditor's office. So that's it, Madam Mayor. One other thing moving forward, following up on our discussion from the study session on training and travel, we have the AWC conference coming up in June. And I don't know if anybody is planning on attending. I am, and we generally have to have generally have had a designated member there, and that may be something we need to look at for the upcoming city council agenda.
Thank you. I'm trying to remember if I asked Kat or Amy to hold hotel rooms just in case. I think I did. So, okay. Councilmember Pascal.
Well, the only thing that I'll report on, and I know others will too, is just that the grand opening of the Sound Transit 2 line. That was fun to go get the preview ride, and I missed the grand opening celebration. I know some of you went, but that was pretty special to see that and just see kind of the gratitude and excitement of folks that were riding it, and yeah, pretty neat thing. That's it.
Councilmember Vascon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Lots of good stuff happening. I'll just provide a few highlights. I mentioned at our council retreat, joint retreat last week with the Planning Commission about last week's Affordable Housing Committee meeting, where we reviewed the first few King County cities draft housing elements of their comprehensive plans. So if you haven't taken a look at that, it's worthwhile to read the Affordable Housing Committee's recommendations there, because we're going to be up soon too for that. Had a great, I wrote in my notes, ribbon cutting. I was getting too excited. Groundbreaking for a senior affordable housing building, Ardea, in the Totem Lake neighborhood. It's a transit-oriented development housing project, and we're very excited for that to get online. I think we were told that day, maybe 2 years. Mm-hmm. So we'll see. Several of us had a wonderful time at the Kirkland Chamber of Commerce Gala, and I believe it was a success. We have the executive director here in the audience, but it was certainly a really fun time, and there was an amazing turnout, and people looked fantastic and were having a ton of fun. So I may have won a few items from the silent auction as well, so my family will be enjoying those. The Eastside Human Services Forum had a great event a week or two ago on providing services to asylum seekers and refugees. We had several service providers, as well as Pastor Jan Bullerjack of the Riverton United Methodist Church, which, as we know, is hosting a bunch and working with a bunch of asylum seekers and refugees. So there was a great discussion about how to best do that, what they've learned through the process, what they're working on. I believe it was recorded, so anyone who may be interested in watching that, I can help track down the recording of that. We also have another event coming up on next week on human services data, which sounds really nerdy, and it kind of is, but it's also really important and something that's talked about a lot in the human services space. How to collect the data, how to get good quality data, what do we do with the data, who's in charge of collecting the data, how is it measured, how is it, how do we do it without creating too much burden on those impacted. So it'll be a hopefully really robust discussion there. That'll be a webinar, so you can watch it at your convenience. I am looking forward to the Chamber Luncheon this Thursday with Sam Cho, from the Port of Seattle. That's always a great update from them. I am also, last thing I'll update on, just a fun thing, is tomorrow night I get to help celebrate the Kirkland American Little League and Kirkland National Little League achievements of the 2023 softball juniors and the 9, 10, 11 teams. Both teams won their district all-stars last year. So congratulations to those awesome girl athletes. I'll get to help celebrate them tomorrow night. And as we know, Kirkland is really proud of all of its youth athletes, but we have a special history of celebrating girl youth athletes in our community with our hosting since 1999 of the Junior Softball World Series here in the city of Kirkland. So I'm honored and excited to be a part of that tomorrow night. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
Okay. Elwit had a groundbreaking of their new, what building is that?
Design
Yeah.
Design Center.
Oh, the design center, yeah.
My husband is taking full credit for the state actually being the first dollar in on this particular project. First and last. I know, it's pretty amazing. But that was a fun ribbon cutting. I think Amy did a great job. It's going to be a fabulous facility for the entire city, including a 500-person event center that they will make available to their partners in the community. Board of Health, I've been to 3 meetings now. It is an incredibly complicated and rich conversation going on. Homelessness is top of the line, along with everything else. It's a huge learning curve, but it's been a fascinating process to be part of, and it fits very well with the Healthier Here meetings that I've been attending around the Healthier Here projects that we have going. Ms. Wack, we are getting deeply involved in our long-term planning process. We've established a subcommittee that I am chairing, where we are working in a smaller work group, 2 or 3 extra meetings a month. But it's to narrow in on this because the city's got panicky around the long-term planning process and revolted to a certain degree. I pulled the cities and the county together so that we could have a conversation about the fact that we all really want to come up with something that's going to work for all of us. And the division has really been very good. I have to say that having Amy Okerlander there as the government affairs person is really helpful. But we are doing a lot of work. And I was going to mention that those meetings are all recorded. They're pretty in-depth, but they will begin to talk about the actual processes of gasification and the options that we will be looking at. Then they will get into the financing of the whole thing, and it should be a pretty revealing process. Arch Housing 101, great event, great presentations by both Adam and Kurt.
We had our first or second TDC meeting last week. Cascade is meeting tomorrow. It's our final really deep dive discussion into the alternatives between Seattle and Tacoma. Not sure what's going to come out of it, but this is going to pull all the finance people in, and we are getting ready to sort of pick a path. So more to come on that. I'm sure that that George and Grant will both be there for us. Then I just wanted to very briefly comment on the EMS process that's been going on. I attended the first EMS meeting, which is all of the members, right? We have representatives, Maggie and Bill and Owen are all going to various elements. So there's an ALS work group, there's a BLS work group, there's a strategic planning work group, and there's a finance work group. And then the four of us meet monthly to talk about what the work groups are doing. And basically it's just to kind of keep your hand on top of the sprinkler to make sure nothing's going crazy. And in fact, it is kind of a steady as she goes approach that everybody seems to be taking with regard to EMS, which is very encouraging for something that we'll be able to live with down the road. But that's it.
You're amazing. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good report, Councilmember Sweet, and everyone. Three things. One, somewhat lightheartedly, I did want to join Councilmember Pascal in saying how fun it was to do the opening of the 2-line. And if anyone wants to look at the Sunday Seattle Times article on the opening of the 2-line, you'll see a picture of my mother who joined me in taking the 250 to Bellevue Transit Center and enjoying the opening of the 2-line. We just happened to end up on one of the first cars that was, I guess, the VIP car, because Seattle Times and a bunch of other journalists and photojournalists were on that car taking pictures of some of the dignitaries. Not me, but my mom managed to make it into the picture, so that's kind of fun. A real quick note about the Domestic Violence Initiative Regional Task Force. I got appointed to that as an alternate, a little bit out of cycle. So I'm just mentioning it to my colleagues. And the first quarter, they meet quarterly, and the first quarterly meeting is next week. So I will be attending that, and that'll be a fun introduction to the work of the Domestic Violence Initiative Regional Task Force. Last thing, on Saturday, I did a ride-along with our RACER crisis responders. I don't know if any of my colleagues have been able to do that yet. If not, I'm bringing it up because it's absolutely available and incredibly eye-opening and totally worth 3 or 4 hours of your time to do that. One of the things that I just want to highlight is getting to watch the deep level of coordination between our officers and meaning our law enforcement officers in the KPD and our crisis responders. So it wasn't a very busy day. So what I got to see, which I think was really eye-opening, is one of our officers who had previous contact with a client and one of our crisis responders who'd had previous contact with a client talk about how they were going to proactively follow up with a client in our community. And just seeing their level of coordination and then watching them execute that together, and then watching, in this particular case, this particular client, really, I was not present because it would have been inappropriate, but just hearing back the report that, that particular client expressing that the only reason that they were talking about the issues they were facing that day with our crisis responder and our officer is because of the level of engagement, the relationship building, and the trust that had been built with those specific two individuals. And so that was really cool to see. Thank you to Sophia our crisis responder, for letting me ride along. And great job, Kayla, one of our officers, on that particular client follow-up. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thank you. I had a loss to our family this weekend. It was my gas-powered leaf blower. It's been a rough couple days. I turned it into the city of Kirkland, and I will be getting an electric one. I tried to hand over a can of oil and gas mixture, which is used in two-stroke engines, and they said, no, thank you, we will not accept this. You can put this back in your car and take it away. I think the event was a success, and I think the city of Kirkland got a lot more gas-powered leaf blowers than they anticipated, and maybe we should get an update on that program and see if it warrants renewal or another date. If you are looking for something more meaningful from me this evening, I apologize. Thank you.
That was worthwhile, though. All right. The only event that wasn't mentioned was I am not one of the dignitaries, so on the day of the Saturday opening, instead I took a ride with Livable Kirkland from Totem Lake down the Cross Kirkland corridor to Wilburton Station. That was a lot of fun. I met with KDA leadership to brainstorm ideas for their community flower pot program. I've introduced them to the Lake Washington Technical College Environmental Horticulture Department, so they are exploring a collaboration partnership for the students to design and plant and maintain the pots, which is great because it's great exposure for the horticulture students and the school and us. So I really hope that works. I participated in 2 AWC Statement of Policy Committee meetings. I have to express my appreciation to AWC because, as you can imagine, none of us agree on the best way forward, and they're doing a really good job of making sure everyone is being heard and making some positive changes. You all will be able to see that draft version after May 30th, before the AWC conference, and it will be voted on during the conference. And the last thing I want to say is it's Professional Municipal City Clerks Week. So thank you so much to all of our city clerks and to Kathy to keeping this meeting running smoothly. So thank you. City Manager.
Tough to follow that. Just a few quick updates. Want to let the council know that we've been doing a lot of work on the Kraken proposal. I haven't heard a lot about it yet, but a ton of stuff has been going on behind the scenes. We're bringing our first big update to you at the next council meeting for a study session, and we might follow that up with some executive sessions over time. That will also be accompanied by a request for some additional funding. We're hiring some pretty specialized attorneys and financiers and economic evaluators. So we'll be talking all about that at the next meeting. Also related to that, just got a report from Lynn that you may start seeing this, but the pickleball courts and the gardens for the interim use at Houghton Park and Ride should be in by the end of the month. And I believe we're trying to schedule an opportunity for you all to be out there on June 3rd to get a photo on that. So that'll be very cool. We can start to put that to active use. Let's see. I wanted to see if anyone else has any council calendar updates. I just want to remind you all you have the May 30th retreat, the council fiscal retreat. That is coming up, but are there other calendar updates that you want to provide?
Looks like no one does.
Okay.
Councilmember Sweet.
Quick question. We didn't formalize this, but do we need to designate a voting member for AWC?
Well, we can't because we all have our retreat. Oh, wait. I'm getting confused, aren't I?
thought Jay was going.
No, that's in June. That's why I was suggesting a future council meeting.
What's on May 30th?
Yeah, we were gonna.
SRC,
what I wrote down was to have
there.
Amy
Okay,
pull and poll, and then we would come back at the next meeting for the voting. I do have one other thing to note, especially since Councilmember Black's comments. Some of you may not know this, but there's a King 5 Hometown Heroes Award that, should you win, you get awarded a brand new Hyundai Santa Fe. Jim Wallen brought this to my attention Friday afternoon and said, hey, if the city of Kirkland has anyone and they're looking for sort of like police, fire, teachers kind of a person. So I chose to nominate Renee Cox, our supervisor, for the racer, and asked her to give me some of her background because I knew about what she had done since she'd been with us. But she has an extraordinary background. She has been doing this for 20 years and trained over 5,000 police cadets on de-escalation and CIT techniques, and over 6,000 officers who have been out of the academy, the same kind of stuff, before she became our person. So the reason I want to tell you that is, one, is we all think she's amazing, but two, after we submit a nomination, it turns out that if she's selected as one of the finalists, there's actually a public voting contest.
Oh.
Which we didn't know when we submitted it. So that may be that sometime next week we might ask the council to help us with get the word out about how awesome Renee Cox is. But no matter what, we just wanted to let you know that she's been nominated and thank her for all her amazing work. What's that?
We should probably do a spotlight on her.
A spotlight. Oh, yeah.
On the weekly communication.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great idea.
And podcast.
So anything else from the council before we adjourn to the executive session?
Nope.
Okay, we estimate that this will probably take 20 minutes.
Okay, so we're going into executive session. We'll be back in 20 minutes only for the purpose of adjournment.